A very good morning and welcome to today's PAM CBD seminars. Right, without further ado, to officially open our seminar, I would like Mr. Sazwan to go through our schedule for today.
Okay, so for today we will have two sessions, the morning session and then the evening session. But before that, I would like to thank our sponsor for making this today's seminar possible. First, our main sponsor, Facade Resources Sdn Bhd and Sika Kimia Sdn Bhd. Yes, thank you to our sponsor. Also, our exhibitor for today, Kansai Paint Asia Pacific Sdn Bhd, Ferroni Ceramics Sdn Bhd, and Nam Heng Glass Penang Sdn Bhd.
Alright, first, I would like to invite the Deputy Chairman of PAM North Chapter, Architect Loh Mei Yi, to deliver her welcoming address.
Hi, good morning everyone and welcome. So on behalf of PAM Northern Chapter, we would like to thank you, our speaker today, Architect Anthony Litty, Architect Yu Chun Hao, Architect Wen Kok Leong for sharing their times and knowledge with us. Also a big thank you as well to our sponsor, Facade Resources Sdn Bhd, Sika Kimia Sdn Bhd, Kansai Paint Asia Pacific Sdn Bhd, Ferroni Ceramics Sdn Bhd, and Nam Heng Glass Penang Sdn Bhd. So it's wonderful to see everyone here on this Saturday morning, and your support surely will motivate PAM Northern Chapter to organize more talks and learning section in Penang. So for these seminars, it's actually approved for 8 LAMP CPD points, and please remember to sign in before and sign out before the seminars. So without further ado, thank you once again to our speaker, our sponsor, and also all of you for making today's seminar a success. Okay, thank you very much.
Alright, thank you Architect Loh Mei Yi for your inspiring words and setting the tone for today's seminars. And we will now proceed with a welcoming address and a presentation by one of our key partners for today's event, the Facade Resource. We will start with the video presentation first. Thank you.
In the world of architecture, the facade is more than just a decorative outer layer. It's the face of a building, a canvas that reflects the essence of design. When we talk about the importance of facade design, we're not just talking about appearances. We're talking about a commitment to safety, a dedication to creating structures that endure, making our architectural landscape both captivating and secure. At Facade Resources, we understand the vital role a facade plays in architecture. That's why we've pioneered a groundbreaking solution, introducing our very own fire-resistant cladding system, first in Malaysia.
Our vision is to be the next generation's construction material system supplier. Our mission to be the #1 choice and solutions for facade products for building construction in Malaysia and worldwide.
With the experience that we have and also with the technical knowledge that we have accumulated, plus with a group of youngsters that we are working together, Facade Resources is definitely a company that's going to move forward and will definitely be the right choice for all the stakeholders in the construction market.
Established in 2011, Facade Resources in Sdn Bhd has been at the forefront of innovation for over a decade. Born out of a passion for safety and architectural excellence, our journey has been guided by a commitment to creating cutting-edge solutions for the modern world. We collaborate closely with architects, ensuring our system aligns with your vision. Our team is your team, dedicated to bringing your architectural dream to life while keeping safety at the forefront.
Fire testing has been conducted in Malaysia through Serum, and British Standard 8414 is used, and the Serum testing lab tests various types of facade structures in strict accordance to British Standard 8414, but with some allowable tolerances. Those test certificates are then issued to the architects and various other building professionals, and they are then have to be constructed in accordance to that testing standard without any deviations.
Our fire-resistant cladding system has undergone rigorous testing, meeting and exceeding industry standards. Safety is not just a promise, it's our foundation. Precision meets passion in our state-of-the-art manufacturing facility, where every panel is crafted with care and cutting-edge technology. Facade Resources stands out as the fire cavity system owner, with a track record of vigorous testing alongside pioneering ACP business partners like Alcobond, Alpolic, Alcopla, Fameline, as well as exclusive K3AL solid shade. Our commitment is evident. As the exclusive provider of both BS8414 and BS9414 guidelines in our cladding system, we prioritize compliance with the strictest fire safety standards, complies with the specifications outlined with approved document B. The cavity barriers in rain-screen ventilated facades are designed to prevent the dreaded chimney effect. Compliance to approved document B, requirement B3, section 9, ensuring effective compartmentation to halt unchecked fire spread within the cavity. Our comprehensive cladding system adheres to relevant governing regulations supported by certificates. What sets us apart is our commitment to added value. We offer delivered materials integrity and performance tests, demarcations drawings, installation pocket meetings for training, and perform consistent site inspections with detailed reports. Our dedication ensures installations align with demarcations drawing, culminating in a final report based on thorough inspections with independent fire consultant, written support with CCC signing. Our fire-resistant cladding system offers up to 120 minutes of integrity and 60 minutes of insulation compliance to Document B, Section 9.13, and adheres to Section 9.14 of minimum thickness specifications. It's rigid, flexible, and semi-unitized, providing continuous ventilation and water drainage. With adjustable features, weather resistance, and ease of installation, our system is designed to meet your highest standards. Facade Resources has successfully supplied and installed our innovative cladding system on a diverse range of buildings, from towering skyscrapers to medium and low-rise structures. Our system not only ensures safety but also enhances the aesthetic appeal of any construction. At Facade Resources, we go beyond being suppliers of products. We provide safety solutions. Our distinctive focus on safety is not just a tagline, it's a commitment to delivering peace of mind through meticulous planning, training, and ongoing assessments. Facade Resources, where innovation shapes solutions.
Alright, thank you so much. And now please welcome the team from Facade Resources to the stage for the presentation.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank Pam for giving us this opportunity to do a product talk. I think I should send a bit next slide here. Alright, and definitely I'd like to start by addressing my appreciation for the audience today. I think we have a good crowd today. I heard from the organizer, there's almost about 150 sign-ups today. So for that, please give yourself a round of applause. You're spending your precious, I'm quite impressed that, Penang people on a Saturday, they're going to spend one whole day here, stuck in this ballroom. So I'm sure it's not the 8 points that matters, right? I'm sure it's because of the quality of the speakers. So I don't know which one is which one, but I'm sure being professional, I think the speakers, they're going to address all the titles today. I think it's going to be very beneficial to everyone here. Am I right? Yes, okay. So for me, first of all, I'm come from Facade Resources, so we are one of the sponsors for today's event. So basically, I'll just start with introduction a bit of our company. So our company started in 2011. Our focus are mainly on selling facade products. Some of the facade products probably you have heard is like aluminum composite material. Have you heard of it? Probably heard of it, right? So we also sell some silicone. We also sell some solid shade, mostly for facade solution. So what happened is that as we progress as a company, then we come to know that in 2020, there's going to be a significant changes to the facade, especially that's going to affect the facade industry, that Bomba will implement a certain law that the building got to adhere, which that's why today I'm going to show you about the new standard. Alright, so this standard is 8414 standard. It's been introduced by the Bomba in 2019, and actually in 2020 there's wanted to implement straight away, but I think you all know what happened in 2020, right? You all know what happened in 2020? Construction industry suffered a lot from COVID, right? So because of that, the implementation was delayed 2 years later. All right, that's why in 1st January 2022, 8414 has been implemented into the law. All right. So yeah, I mean, okay. So I'm going to talk about 8414 first, and then we're going to talk about our solution. All right. So what is 8414? Okay, BS 8414 is actually a British standard that provides the guidance on the fire performance of external cladding systems. Okay, applied to the outside of buildings. It aims to ensure that the claddings are designed, installed, and maintained in a way that minimizes the risk of fire spread over the external walls. All right. So why was it introduced into the Malaysian market? All right. So these are some of the towers that caught fire recently. All right. I think among all here, one of the most popular one is Grenfell Tower. Okay. I just sort of you know, of course we know what's Grenfell Tower happened, right? I think most of you all know what happened, right? So I just did a check when I was on my flight this morning to Penang. And you know, by coincidence, today is 14 June, right? Am I right? On top of being a PAM chapter in Penang, 14 June is also the 8th anniversary of the incident in Grenfell Tower. It means exactly 8 years ago, 70 people died, 72 people injured, 240 people managed to escape the fire. And until today, Grenfell Tower is still being inquest. There's a lot of situation that they even talk about. There's some fault in the evacuation procedure, and then they also found that the product being used was especially the facade product being used was one of the cause of this fire. All right. So the report is not comprehensively released, but according to my colleague, it has been released a few days ago. So I haven't got a chance to read the report. But all this that happens make it even more important for us to understand how important that why the government want to implement the standard 8414. Right? Because of all this that happened, and mostly all this building that I show you, their fire started from, they're not to say started, they started from somewhere, but the spread actually is across the facade of the building instead of the building itself. Alright, so I was yelling just now. Anybody hear me just now at the back? Alright, good. So means I can speak very loud. Alright, so this is why 8414 has been introduced into Malaysia. So this is what happened. Basically some history, especially in Malaysia. In 2018, Bomba started studying BR135 after the EPI building incidents. Alright, 2019, Bomba already notified the industrial player to comply with BS 8414 for external cladding system tests as test method in BR135. And again, supposedly they want to implement in 2020, which I explained just now, but it did not happen because of COVID situation. But then in 2021, Bomba issued a circulation for all building cladding material to comply with 8414. And 1st January 2022, this is very important, it has been passed in the Parliament under the new UBBL Clause 144, which makes all high-rise building more than 18 meter mandatory to comply to BS 8414. So I know there's a lot of architect here. So for architect that has interest, especially on building more than 18 meter, this is something that you really need to know. But of course, if you are not doing those 18 meter, you should also know, because even for building lower than 18 meter, in certain situation, you also need to comply with A414. Alright, but I will explain later. Alright. So for us in Facade Resources in early 2022, we already, because of the BOMBA notification, we knew that there's an opportunity. There's this product that need to be used in accordance with A414. Therefore, we have designed our own solution, and we successfully created the, very proud to say, the first made in Malaysia's fire barrier system. Can I have applause for that? Because it's really made in Malaysia, alright? Because if you go to the market, if you know very well about this product, fire barrier and this standard, basically we have two competitors. One is American, one is British. So we are the third one, we are Malaysian. So we are standing together with them. So we can be say we are very proud, alright? So, okay, this is a thing that I try to explain why you need to know about A414. When A414 need to be applied in your project, alright? So basically, I hope this is a pointer. Okay, the pointer is not really working. It's okay, doesn't matter, alright? So I think you all can see on the right side, on the left side of you, alright? So it's basically to tell when you need A414, when you don't need A414. Because when you submit for CCC, especially you need to know your building size, then your situation, then you know that this project, whether you need to comply with the new standard or not. Basically, it's very simple. If your product, oh, it's working. Oh, that's you. Okay, doesn't matter. If your product, okay, if your building, your project is below 80 meter, normally it's no. And what you need for all your building material is normally just class O. I think you all know what's class O, right? So class O is very simple to get. So that's what you need to do. But if your building is more than 18 meter, then you need to, your cladding means the facade that you use must be of non-combustible in entirety, and also the system that you use must adhere to BS 8414. Now, one more very important criteria that I need you all to see is this. Alright? Why I say sometimes it's below 80 meter, you may also need to comply to A414 is situations such as this. But I think in Malaysia, luckily we are not in Vietnam, we are not in Cambodia. I don't think building and building is 2 meters apart. Normally it's about 5 meters, 6 meters, 8 meters. So that's fine. But how these things works is, if your building is below 80 meters, but your building facade to your boundary is less than 2 meters, you still need to do A414. So if let's say you have a building, okay, example, you have a building, let's say bangunan A and bangunan B, they are separated like less than 2 meters, and the bangunan A to their boundary is less than 2 meters, then this building has to adhere to A414. And as of course, if those buildings link together, you definitely need A414, even though you are not 18 meters and above. Okay, so that's important to know. Alright. Now, this is the circulation that we mentioned. See? So, bagi bangunan melebihi 18 meter persegi diukur dari aras perkakas, your product first must be non-combustible material and telah diuji performance criteria berdasarkan BSA 44. So this was released in 20 August 2021. Perintah from pengarah bilangan from the external cladding system for facade building. Alright, this is the UBBL that I mentioned. So it went gazetted, it went to the law 1st January 2022. We got to follow this. So if you see, if your building is below 80 meter, basically you can still install any product as long as it's BS 476 Part 6 Part 7 to achieve class 4. Alright, you got that? Okay. So yeah, this is a bylaw that I mentioned in the UBL, cladding on external cladding. So any cladding of any external wall situated less than 2 meters, alright, this is the mention about the 2 meters thing, from any point on the relevant boundary of its building is more than 18 meters in height, the cladding shall be constructed entirely of non-combustible material, and when tested shall demonstrate the compliance in accordance to BS 8414, amended in 2021. All right. So the bottom line is just mentioned to say if it's more than 2 meter or your building is less than 18 meter, then you can use class O. Okay. So you all know which building need 8414 now? You all know that? Okay. So I don't know whether I'm explaining correctly or not. So basically, any building below 18 meter or from your boundary is more than 2 meter, then you just go. Anything that is above 18 meter or your boundary is less than 2 meter, your building from your boundary less than 2 meter, then you need to comply with 8414. Okay? All right. So how to pass this testing? Okay. So of course today, this is all the tests that we have done in our system. So that's why we get our certificate of 8414. But today I'm here to share with you how we pass the test and why this test, this is a criteria in order to pass the test. So from the criteria, you can see that how rigid and how serious that the bomba is viewing this situation. So that you know that when you implement 8414 in your system, you feel safe that, you know, when you got fire, then your material should be okay or your building should be safe. Alright? So the first thing, when we want to pass the 8414, the first criteria, okay, so basically if you look at the right side here, the left side here, so this is what happened in Sirim, in Rasa. We did a lot of fire testing with them. So this is how it looks like. So we are actually simulating how fire going to happen, and that's a wall facade. Alright? So these are there are certain criteria for how many burning over there. But the most important thing is that there's 2 levels of thermocouple. Okay? So what happened to this thermocouple is that when the first thermocouple, the first layer of thermocouple register a 200 degrees Celsius reading. Okay? Once it reads 200 degrees Celsius, then the fire will keep on spreading. It shall not reach the level 2. Okay? It shall not reach the level 2 and exceed 600 degrees in any 30 seconds of time for the next 15 minutes. What it means that after they register 200 degrees here, so for the next 15 minutes, this one should not register 600 degrees Celsius for the next 15 in any of the 15 seconds of that 30 minutes of the 30 seconds of that 15 minutes. Do you understand what I mean? Okay, I explain again. Once they register 200 degrees Celsius here, alright, the fire will keep on spreading, or whatever it is, maybe they'll come to here or not come to here, it doesn't matter. The most important thing, you know, in come to fire, is the killer is not the fire. The killer is what? The heat. Alright? So what happened is that in here, they will say that if the heat reading here did not reach 600 degrees Celsius for 30 seconds in the next 15 minutes, then you pass the first criteria of 8414. You understand what I mean? So basically what they want to do is they want to make sure that the fire spread is contained and did not spread so fast that it reached 600 degrees Celsius in the next second thermocouple. Alright? Second criteria, visible flaming. The flaming, this one, should be confined within the test area. So they don't want this fire to be seen here, here, here. It must be within this area. And it has to be in the full 60 minutes of the test, the fire got to be confined in this area. Should not be left, right, fly over. So once you see the fire go left, right, or out of this test rig, then you fail. Alright? Third, as we burn, there definitely be debris. Because all these are, you know, even though it's non-combustible, it will be burned down. So you will have debris falling down. Alright? Debris can fall down, but once it falls down to this area, it cannot be continuous burning for the next 60 seconds. Means it has to self-extinguish. Okay, so when it comes to this, what comes into our mind? the product itself is very important, especially your cladding material that you choose. Because when it caught fire, this thing become a debris. When it drop, if let's say this material is normal material, or this material is not non-combustible, will it still flame there? Will it still keep on burning? Probably it would. So when that happens, then you fail the test. So for us, at Facade Resources here, when we have our system, we also need to make sure that we choose the right partner of cladding material that being used to ensure that you comply with 8414. So we have later I will show you some of the certificate we have with other brands. Also from today you can think of all these brands that can use in your project. All right. So and then also within this area is actually about 4 by 8 lah. So we got 4 feet by 8 feet lah. Malaysia we always use feet, right? So your product, the debris that falls down, cannot also leave this area. Means after you burn, right, your aluminum cannot come to here, or come to anywhere out of this boundary. Alright? So you got it? So that's the third criteria. And the fourth criteria, this is a bit of mechanical, but actually this one can see from eye. There is no collapse of the system. Basically, if there's a bulk of your thing as big as 500 mm to 200 gram flaming onto the floor of the test facility outside the designated creep close, means outside, then you fail. Alright, so this is one of the performance as well. So to pass 8414, basically if you can see, it's not, I won't say it's tough, but it's not easy also. Okay? So, what is 8414? Basically 8414, if you notice, when we just now we mentioned about the thermocouple not able to reach the second level, right? You know one thing is that what they want to do is to control the fire spread. Am I right? So the idea is to control the fire spread. So the principle of 8414 is basically is to compartmentalize the fire spread. I think this principle works if you all work with any bomba, fire thing before, especially when it comes to floor plan, right? You all know that basically like certain room you need to have fire door, right? Certain place you need to put on fire partition. Am I correct? What's the idea of fire partition and fire door? What's the idea? It's basically if let's say fire start from this room A, the fire, we want to contain the fire in room A as long as possible before it spread to B or C or D. Am I right? That's what the idea of compartmentalization and control of the fire spread. So in 8414 is the same thing. The only difference is this is to contain the area of the facade. If let's say the area of the third floor got fire, it won't spread to 4th floor or 5th floor or 6th floor so fast. It must be controlled. There's certain timing that you need. So why our test is 60 minutes? You notice just now I told you 8414 we test for 60 minutes consecutive. Because that 60 minutes is what we call the golden time for people to what? Evacuate. Alright, that's why the test was test for 60 minutes. Ensure that even when the debris fall down, right? Why we mention about the debris fall down must be confined in certain area. Also because when it falls down, if you notice, your escape path will not be around the building. Will not be near the building. It will be outside of the building. So that when the debris fall down, it will be within the boundary. Alright? So, compartmentalization in fire safety as outlined in 841 is about creating barriers within the building to slow or to stop the spread of fire and smoke. This is achieved by dividing the building into separate fire resistant sections or compartments. Each compartment is designed to contain fire for a specific period, allowing time for evacuation and firefighting efforts. Alright, so that's what I'm trying to say. So, for 8414, what we did is, we set a compartmentation within the wall or cladding system. Prolong or delay the fire spread and second fire to be built. And we choose non-combustible cladding material only. Alright, so this is the principle. Now, This is also very important, especially for architects and designers. Okay, now you know A414. Now you know we need to do it. But a lot of people tell, so how? Where are we going to do the barrier? How are we going to compartmentalize the building? This is a knowledge that I hope everyone today will gain. Alright? Because why I want you all gaining knowledge is because there's a lot of sellers out there that I don't know whether they will share you this information or not, but they're supposed to tell you when you design the building, your barrier, especially today, because today I'm selling the barrier, where should it be located? You all need to know. Because they could say, oh, you just put here, left satu batang, right satu batang, top satu batang, can you do that? No. There is a standard to follow. Then only you can get the BS8414 certification. So, today we'll share with you how it works. Alright? Can you see the red and green? Alright? So, the red is basically the horizontal fire barrier. We call horizontal, because these are all horizontal. Alright? Horizontal. And the green is called the vertical. Alright? So, how this works, okay? I start with the vertical, and the vertical easier to understand. When you install the vertical barrier in the wall cladding, basically is here to here. If let's say your building, say for example this diagram is 35 meter, right? So every 20 meter or towards the end of the building, you need to put a vertical fire barrier. Understand? So if it's 50 meter, how it works? 20, 20, 10. Every 20 meter. Okay? That's easy to understand, right? That's a vertical barrier. Now, the more difficult part to understand is basically and then also, when there is opening, especially windows, doors, everywhere there's opening, you must also have your vertical barrier. Okay? That's your vertical barrier. Then, what about your horizontal barrier? Every opening, same, must have horizontal barrier. If you have windows, then you need to implement horizontal barrier. Now, there's a clause here. Okay? Horizontal fire barrier must be installed at each of the first 3 levels, regardless of height. First 3 levels you must put. Means what? Example, this building, 6 meter, 3 meter, 3 meter, these are first 3 levels, right? Even though it's still below 20 meter, means because there's an exception here. As long as first 3 levels, then you definitely, every level, you need to put a horizontal vertical barrier. Alright? Now, there's a provision. Say, for example, let's say this is the only wall we have. Say this is the only wall we have. This one is 6 meter. This is 3 meter, 3 meter, 3 meter, 3 meter. So, total added up is about 80 meter. So basically, right, if let's say there is no opening, the first 3 floors, there's no exception, you need to put. But after the first 3 floors, these 2 can choose not to put, but provided there is no opening in that floor. What do you mean by no opening? No windows. No windows, no doors, no opening. Then, up to 20 meter, you don't need to put the horizontal barrier. You understand what I mean? But the first 3 floors must put. After the next 3 floors, up to 20 meter, as long as no opening, then the next one is 20 meter later. But if you have opening, then you need to put on already. So it all depends on your flooring and your design of your building. But what I can say is, as long as every floor you got windows, most of the building, every floor got windows, right? Then you don't need to think. Very simple. Every floor you need to put. Understand? Alright, now, a bit complicated, don't worry, that's why we are here. Our booth is outside there. If you want to know more how this works, come look for us. Or if you have questions, I'll be there and my team is there. We'll tell you how it actually works. And on top of that, we also provide this so-called service to all our architects, all the stakeholders, all the consultants. If let's say they want to know how to design all this, we will tell you what to do. And in fact, this is also part of our team, our service. So if let's say today you have any project that need A414, but you're not too sure how to design, or you're not too sure how to implement it, how we want to give advice to our client, we can come here and we can show you how to do it. We will do the presentation for you. All right. But the idea of today is let you all know what is really 8414 is. That's very important for you all to know. All right. Okay. So this is another video that we did, another picture that we did to show you the importance of what we say complementation. Okay. So let's see the video. So if you notice, right, when you compartmentalize, let's say imagine these are the part of the building that you want to compartmentalize. Let's say this is the cladding, right? You can see that the fire is caught in that area only. It won't spread to left, right, or outside. It's caught inside, right? You see the picture is something like this. Okay? The idea of 8414 is basically that. Compartmentalize the fire spread. So of course, basically, after we burn, of course you can see these are part of our product. So what happens is that we have certain thing in the product that actually, is like work like a foam, look like a rock wool, that actually stop the fire from spreading. Okay, but we call it intumescent. So basically, if you want to know more how this thing works, later we also have a showcase of our product out there. We can explain how this thing become and how it actually spread. So this is our product, how it looks like. Okay, so this is to show you one thing very important, especially to construction industry player. All right. Now, this wall barrier install where? Where do we install this thing? Between the wall and your facade, right? Now, have you come to a project like, for example, maybe due to financial reason, or maybe due to certain reason that your project got delayed? You do, right? All right. So imagine if, let's say, today your building wall is there, you have to put in your fire barrier first before you install your wall cladding. So once you put in the you put in your fire barrier already. Then when you're about to install your wall cladding, then your owner say, hey, I don't have enough money. Can we delay this project 2 years later? Do we have this problem? Maybe we have, maybe we don't have, we don't know. Imagine if 2 years later, your fire barrier has been installed, all right? But basically your building is exposed. What are we exposed to? Water, rain, weather. Am I right? So imagine if, let's say, this product after 2 years exposed, what happened? In normal circumstances, especially there's a lot of fire barrier in the market now. Maybe there's there's 2 brands that's doing, fighting market share with us. They are primarily rock wool. They're primarily rock wool. Now, guys, rock wool, exposed 2 years, weather, rain, fire, no fire, weather, rain, hot sun. What happened to rock wool? Can it still be used? Cannot, right? All right. So what we did is that we did a very smart thing. We used steel structure. This is actually GI. Okay. There's inside here is a rock wool basically. We are actually protecting the rock wool with our GI. So therefore, you can see this product was we actually sort of put it exposed in our office, and this was taken in September 2022. There's a date there. And this presentation, obviously, I won't say it's just recent, but 2 months ago. Taken 2 months ago. And can you see that this product is almost just as new? All right. Imagine if this whole barrier is just rock wool. What happened? It's already, we call it Chinese, we call it 水咗面咗啱冇淋咗 cannot use anymore, right? So in our case, it still can be used. So that is very important in your choice of fire barrier selection in your project. I'm trying to hard sell here a bit. Okay, all right. And then these are just some picture that we show you after the burning. This is how it works. This was burned in 30th March 2025. Can you see that even after burning, the so-called intumescent, which has expanded, is still very much attached to the project, to the product. But of course, the reason we want to show you is how it really works after you burn the product, how it happened, what happened after that. All right. So this is also a very important criteria for you to understand. When you choose a fire barrier, you know 8414, you know you want to implement in your building, but what product you should choose, which product you should choose. This is also very important for you to know. Yeah. Okay, now a bit technical. This is how a product works. So basically, this is a rock wool, right? This is a rock wool, all right? This is where actually it will control the fire spread, first thing. Second thing, if you notice, this is the wall. This is a composite panel, sorry. This is the wall, all right? So there's a wall plug here, okay? This is a wall. Now, in our design for facade, our fire barrier, what we did is that we leave a gap between the composite panel and our barrier for at least 5 to 35 mm. Okay? Why? Remember, the idea of 8414 is compartmentalization. If you leave this gap, can fire go through? Sure it will. Sure it will. And that is the idea why at this area here, we actually installed 2 strips of intumescent. Basically what will happen is that, right? Imagine, let's say this is the building that you have, alright? Malaysia, very popular also again for what? Weathering, raining, right? Can you guarantee me, I think I've done facade business for the last 20 years of my life, okay? Can you guarantee me that your composite panel has been installed here, your wall is here, inside here will sure no water go in? Anybody can guarantee me that or not? Nobody. Why? Because probably wear and tear, probably because of some screw that you have here, the water seep through into the chimney. This is what we call the chimney. Alright? Within this area. So your water could have flood into this system. So why we want to create this space is so that when that happens, your water can, it's kind of like rain screen effect. Let the water flow down. Therefore, your system is intact and dry. But then again, this will expose you to fire. What if fire broke down here? This gap macam mana? The fire will go through it. So what happens is, these 2 intumescent is basically will do its work. When fire happens, this intumescent, once it around 80 degrees Celsius, they will start to react. And if it burns up to 160 to 180, remember just now I say our first level is what? 200 degrees Celsius, right? Right. So when it becomes 160 and 180, this intumescent will actually expand 20 times. Alright. This strip is about 2 mm thick. So when it's 20 times is 40 mm. It's more than this gap. So what it does is, when fire comes, the strip will expand and it will stuck this area. Therefore, the fire that is here is being contained. That's the idea of 8414. Containment. Okay, that's how our product works. Got it? Very simple. Alright? But a lot of product out there forget about this rain screen effect, rain screen problem. Some of them will tell them, just put the rock wool up to the aluminum. Saugong. Very dangerous. As I say, you never know when water is going to flood into your system. If you do that, I would probably think, if I take out this composite panel, and let's say the system is those that do all the way to here, I can guarantee you, 5 years later, 10 years later, you take out this composite panel, or you take out this whatever aluminum that you put on, I'm sure this is moist. Your fire barrier will have probably moist, and it will not be effective to contain fire. So that is something that you have to know why when you choose a product, you need to know about this effect as well. Alright? Okay? As for vertical, because vertical, if let's say you see from top, doesn't matter, right? The vertical, let's say the water is dropping from here, correct? So it's okay. So for vertical, you can go all the way, no problem. But for horizontal, you cannot. Alright? Okay? So this is how it works. Now, another interesting thing that I like to, because we have some time, I want to explain. You will see that our product is being designed like a Z plate. And you can see we are, actually it's a two-piece plate. Why we do that? Again, actually it's sort of brilliant. I don't want to start to say I'm brilliant, but I'm just saying that the idea we do this is because we want to cater for all sorts of barrier. Okay? Now, on normal standard design, from aluminum to the wall is normally 100 mm, normally. But due to Malaysia, brilliant Sekolo, brilliant cement person, can you guarantee me that this to this will always be 100? If let's say it's 100, let's say the architect design, the composite panel got to be away, let's say they design 100 mm, or let's say in this case 150 mm. Can you guarantee that this to this is always 150 mm every floor? Are we able to guarantee that? Impossible, right? Because I believe you all will come to a point like sometimes this thing will grow. How many minutes I have? 10 minutes. Okay, can, no problem. Alright, so if let's say this thing actually become bigger, so this one will actually become 135, right? Do I need, if let's say today my product is rigid, say very simple, the whole thing is 135 and therefore I put my 135 in. Now suddenly I go to construction site, oh sorry, this is 150 design. I built my product 150. I go to construction, I only notice it's 135. How? I got to go to the site, start cutting my product 15 mm out. So it becomes very tedious. So in our case, we think about that. What we do, we have this to move. So this is 150, right? So it's 135, I just move the plate in a little bit, 15 mm, I can still use my product straight away. Alright, so this is where the advantage of using our product. Because why I want to highlight this is because one of the most important things for you all to choose a product, another thing that you want is your contractor ease of using, ease of handling, ease of installation. And that is what we are providing to them. Alright? So we're sort of coming to the end of it. So what we did is in here, what we provide services, number one, as I mentioned, the green and the red thing, right? Not too sure, don't worry. Have problem to understand, don't worry, we are the specialists. We know what to do, we can help you. We will work in facade resources, we give you a total project management solution. So number one, we will help you to do the demarcation. Okay, where to put the yellow, where to put the red, where to put the green. Okay, so upon project completion, we will give you a comprehensive demarcation drawing. Alright, as per document B. Number two, this is how it actually works. If you give me your plan, this is what we're going to do for you. Can you see the red and green? Okay, we will do that for you and we help you to implement it. Okay, and we do an assessment review. So a demarcation report outlines where who's responsible for keeping everyone safe. Okay, you go very fast. Number three, this is also important. We will also, this is actually not necessary, but we think that it's important so that give you all a safe, a peaceful mind. We also provide a comprehensive panel quality assurance. Say today, if you use, say, any other composite panel, or you use any, like stainless steel, or aluminum, or you use any other thing for your facade, we will help you to do a QA, QC for your product as well. That's what we did, alright? And number four, we also conduct regular site inspection with our technical team. Now, this is something that we will provide for free as well. At the moment, in most of our projects, what happened is that we go extensively. We had a schedule with our contractor. For every how many floors, we'll go there and visit and make sure that they install the barrier as per the demarcation. And this report will be sent to all the relevant stakeholders, especially to architects as well. So that you all know that what is happening in the site is right. And we will take photo, the site photo for you all to see. So that, architect, you don't need to make sure, hey, the A414, did they do it correctly or not? So we will do it for you. So what you need to see is all the evidence that we did for you, and you can sign up. Okay, as you all know, architect is one of the signature for CCC, right? So you all are a very responsible person, and heavy. Alright, so what you want is, you have enough information to tell you that what happened to the site is safe, and you're okay to sign. And that's what we're going to do for you. So regular site inspection, everything. Now, these are all the brand that we are working with. So just now I mentioned, the product that you choose are very important. Remember I told you about the debris falling down? So all these product from all these brands are actually our partner. Basically, their product is non-combustible, and when they have passed A414 with us, that is the most important part. So if today you want to choose a good product for your what, you can see, look out for them. Basically, we are not them, but they are our partner. Okay? So you can look for them, you know, make sure that your panel, your product, for your project, you use this type of product. And you can use our fire barrier system. Now, this is very important. Can you notice that this is all our cert that we have? And if you notice, right, this cert is for, let me see. Okay, it's for Acopla. Right? Can you see Acopla? The word Acopla here, right? Now, one more very important thing that I'd like you all to highlight. Can you see this? 100? This is 435. Okay. Why? You see, our certification for A414, we did 2 tests for every brand. Some company just do one test. Okay? But if you study the document B and you study A414, and then there's also another 9414 that work with A414 together, it has stated that if let's say you want to be certified for A414, you must have the minimum to maximum. Example, if let's say your barrier, remember just I told you about the aluminum and the wall is 100, right? If I have a cert of 100, what does it mean? Means I certified for 100 only. 100 only, not 101, not 102. So I want to ask you again, in the wall, do you think 100 is always 100? You don't know. So therefore, what we did is, we also certified for 435. So means the gap can go from 100 to 435, the barrier. So as long as the barrier is within 100 to 435, then our product works. Our certification is valid. That's what you need to know. Because we know a lot of people, what they did is, they just do 100 and that's it. But we do 100 to 435 to cover for all different cavity that may happen in your project site. So this is for one brand, Acopla. This is for Alpolic. This is for Alucubon. This is for Frameline. And this is for our solid panel. Recently, solid panel has a lot of inquiries, especially data center. They are using a lot of solid panel as well. So we also have the certification for it. Alright. Now this is extra that I want to mention. In our solid panel partner, our partner K3 also have this 2040. Why is it important? Because this MS2040 will work together for PS476 Part 4 additional fire resistance test. The most important thing is the Class O and also the PPS. I hope you all know that every building material that you all choose for your building, for your construction, nowadays CIDB is very strict. They want PPS. And the product that we have, our solid sheet that we have that work together with us, have PPS. Alright? So this is something that you need to also make sure that these are what you want. Alright? Now this is an assessment report from Sirin. So I want to highlight really quickly about this. Again, can you see the cavities is mentioned? Minimum and maximum. Meaning that you need to have 2 certifications. You cannot have just 1 certification and say you are done. If your barrier is between 100 to 435, then you need to have 100 and 435 to cover for that brand, particular brand for that system. Alright? Now these are some of the project lists that we have. The yellow one is, for everybody, the yellow one is a solid sheet that has been done. The rest are mostly composite panel. We have Frameline, Acopla, we have Alucubon, we have Alpolic as well. Alright? So these are some of the project that we did. Alright, this is a Subang Medical Center in KL. We have a mall here, just here. Sunshine Mall is also part of, proud to say it's a Penang project. Okay, Cycle and Carriage Penang, you all seen this before? I think this is in BM, Bukit Mertajam?
No, Island.
Island, okay. Okay, and this is Merchu, all right. Because of timing, I won't explain, because Merchu is a very unique project that we had. This project was completed in 2018 for information. But because of their certification problem, right, they tried to submit in 2020, they were asked to install 8414. Their clearing has been up already, so I could do it. So we helped them, and we managed to get the certification for them. Basically, we did something for them, and the 8414 system has been installed at the back of this project as well. Even though this project completed in 2018, and the Gazette is 2020, right? So we have to do it for them also. All right, this is Ostrom. I think this is quite near here as well. Moxie Hotel in KL. This is Sunway Medical just in front of my house. I stay there anyway. All right, this is in Ipoh. Sunway South Key. This is, I think you all know this, right? The light. It's just completed recently, right? Yeah, this is also our project. All right, and this one also, we have a lot of Penang project here. Okay, actually we purposely show the Penang Mall so that you'll be convinced that no problem, you can use our product. The Plexus as well in Batu Kawan is also our project. Right? Now, Plexus are very unique. What we know, Plexus is ngam 18 meter. So they have to do it. Okay? Now, this is also FINAS, Film National. Alright? Okay. So, my time is up. So, I hope my simple introduction, 8414 to you all have a better knowledge about it. And you all know when you want to choose a fire barrier for 8414, you know which one to choose. Alright? Okay, so I think we don't have a Q&A session now, right? So maybe later, after there's another speaker coming up. So I believe there's Q&A session maybe, but then we can try to explain more. Or please visit us in our booth out there. And also take another 30 seconds to invite you all to come and attend the, I think later they'll also talk about the Archidex that's going to happen next month in KL. We are one of the exhibitors as well. Alright, so we welcome you to our booth as well. Alright, okay, so thank you very much for your attention and thank you for listening to this very boring. Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you, Dr. Jason.
Here, especially with all the friendly and older faces now, and also the much younger community here. I also have a couple of guests from KL that I asked to come. I think they're seated at the back there, CK and Sam. I'm just going to stand up here for a while. The LED screen seems to make me a little bit fatter. So for this screen, please see the sides. And then after that, you can go back and see the front one. Okay, I'm not going to dive into any details today on the MS832 or 1017 or 1017 because as you know, I will upload all the information for you all. So don't worry about taking any technical notes. It will be uploaded for you all. And the other aspect of it is that everybody has done the hard work for you all already. It took this committee many years to finally produce the document. So, but this is really the document that the industry needed for many years because of the decline in our basic windows and sliding doors. The weather doesn't change, but our buildings just became taller and we were building on higher grounds. So your standard aluminum windows and sliding doors were leaking, they were getting thinner, and all the complaints with the problems of handles falling off and hinges falling off and so forth. And in Penang, you have the added problems of corrosion, and then island issues, wind, and all these other issues. And the other aspect of this is that all the islanders have become so rich. You guys are now so owning big condominiums in the sky. And every time I come here, I'm sure you know, when I come with the Architect Center hat, it's always one of your projects. It's this document finally came out, and sorry we came to Penang a little bit late. It was supposed to come here last year, but it's better late than never. Okay, so I know question Q&A. Please WhatsApp it to one of the whatever group lah. So we'll read through the WhatsApp later, and to articulate your questions. And also, as always, you can always email me whatever concerns that you have after the session. Now, the problems we generally come is because the sales and purchase agreement. You can see the sales and purchase agreement, the word quality is always used. So Windows has always been an issue. They don't specify exactly, oh, there's a developer amongst us. The police plantation developer chap here. So, yeah, I know. So, okay, so I gotta have to hold back on the developer's role. Yeah. Architect's hat, so you are not developer now today. Okay. So if you can see here, the words often come with just the word description. They don't actually specify anything. It's just a generic description. So that then over the years, the industry just became lower and lower and lower. So as a result of that, we see that many of the aluminum windows and sliding doors, in fact, to the point that I've even seen here in Penang projects where the windows flew off. Literally flying off and leaving a gap in the window. And also sliding doors just literally falling off. And then in heavy rains or even in normal rain, water comes in and so forth. So all kinds of issues that we became kind of like desensitized because the decline came to you over a number of years. Okay, so you always, hey, last time my windows used to be better. How come now the windows are so bad? Okay, so I've taken the trouble to try to document, yeah. Okay, so this is actually what happens, right? At the site, there's only these 3 people involved. Okay, you, the main contractor, and the cow. And today, all the cows, they just changed the word to IOW. So as opposed to what really should happen, okay? And meanwhile, we have property developers here who are trying to sell properties and all kinds of branding going in. But when the homeowners start taking their keys, not only the cloud works and you have all the mother-in-laws and the father-in-laws and the uncles all looking into the quality of your building. So the total number of scrutiny now increases, and I'm sure with the QLASIC, every time the building surveyors did come in and put stickers. So I'm glad we dismantled that. Okay, so that's another topic that we'll get into. Okay, so Uncle Tor. So also, why, in context of building defects, the reality is that it has become mainstream dispute now, and architects and engineers are being dragged in, whether you like it or not. So hopefully, it doesn't land on your lap. But the reality of it is, there's a whole chapter written by Chong Fong on building defects. So it just tells you that it's no longer a problem that you face occasionally. It's become mainstream. Okay? So now, I've highlighted some of these parts here. The one in blue is glass. So glass, Hugh will cover later. And the other aspects of it is, which I will cover more today, would be this aspect of perimeter. Okay? So I just wanted to take your mind today to look at aluminum windows and sliding doors from the point of view of these few aspects of detachments, the issues of detachments, water seepage, air and noise infiltration, fit finish quality issues, accessories, which is the handles and all your hinges and so forth, and also issues to do with perimeter. Perimeter just means the wall in which your outer frame is attached to. Okay, that's a perimeter. So right off the bat, I just want to ask you that when you assess windows and sliding doors, please look at it from the aspect of whether it's only purely from a safety point of view, or whether it's for comfort, or whether it's just a nuisance issues. Okay, yeah. So I think some points for you to filter as far as the technical aspects of what we're talking about. This morning, I think when Dr. Jason was speaking about the 8414, that's all to do with, you've got to do it. It's all safety, right? Compartmentation, and all those aspects. But when it comes to casement windows, the MS832 and sliding doors, most of it has nothing to do with safety. It's just functional. So we tend to ignore a lot of the facts of safety as opposed to, oh, 8414 fire, you know, it's like a red flag. So we tend to downgrade the aspects of safety and performance as far as for aluminum windows and sliding doors. But in fact, right, most of our projects, primarily when in Penang, I would say that other than the fancy projects now that is coming in, primarily I'm sure you're using casement windows and sliding doors. Housing definitely, right? And high-rise office. So high-rise apartments, I think, so the application of MS832 and 107 is extremely useful and relevant to the practitioners here in Penang. Okay, so in the 50s, I've just kind of chronologized this here for all of us here. When the UBBL came about, or even pre-UBBL, the emphasis has always been on, you know, houses without air conditioning, right? It was just natural ventilation and fans. So what we were looking was natural light, cross ventilation, internal courtyards. I'm sure, you know, you have beautiful homes here and shop lots here that have got very nice internal courtyards, louvers, vent blocks, timber windows and doors, some in steel, and then the early use of aluminum windows and sliding doors. Okay, so this was in the 50s and 60s. KL is the same. I'm sure Penang, you know, I'll share with you some of the slides later. And then in the 70s and 80s, it got a bit more sophisticated when the UBBL came out. As space light ventilation, you know, all these bylaws came in and standards came in, which I'm sure you guys are all very familiar. Where now they start dictating habitable rooms, minimum percentages of window areas and natural ventilation and so forth. But even back then, we rarely use mechanical ventilation for bathrooms and for bedrooms, right? It's very rare. Most of it is always natural. And then the aluminiums started to become wider in use. The early ones, you know, you don't have the fancy powder coat. They were always just anodized. You know, those nice, very old-fashioned brown ones, and you know that bronzy looking one. So this is where, and then they started using tinted windows, tinted glass, and reflective glass was kind of like a premium. Like, Datin, why are you nodding? It must be your generation. It shows your age. Yeah. So then in the 90s, I'm sure a lot of y'all started your practice already. I can see some of my classmates here, my uni mates. So the issues became a little bit more compliant now. Yeah, insulation, fire safety, and 8414 came in as what this whole morning session was about. So there's a big jump, you know, between the 50s and the 90s, between compliance and regulations. But often the regulations were catching up. It was always a reactive thing. That means the problem came already, then only the industry started to catch up. So in that sense, today we have many buildings that don't meet this, that were built before the standards came in. Right? So if you talk about aluminum composite panels, today we have buildings in Kuala Lumpur that have got combustible ACP panels that have been installed before 1997. But you know, are they illegal today? They are not, because they were built before 1997. They are above 18 meters. Okay, so that's another issues as far as what Bomba is going to do with buildings that need to be retrofitted or they need to improve their fire safety. Okay, so I've highlighted here where the yellow sections, the MS832 and 1017 came in 2022. Sorry, that's a typo error. That's supposed to be 2022. And then, so the sections that I'm going to be covering would be very narrow. It will be just casement and sliding doors. Now, remember I mentioned to you about the 50s and 60s. So I went and did a bit of archiving here. So, Pekeliling Flats, this was actually a very innovative building. I shared these slides with you all when I came to do IBS talks. I think sometime, was it this year? Did I come in to do the IBS sometime this year? Is it this year? Yeah. So other than the fact that it is one of the first fully precast buildings in Malaysia, sadly it's been all torn down now, it also had casement windows. Okay, so these casement windows is actually installed on precast openings. Okay, so there's no issues with perimeter here because the perimeters are all in concrete. So all they did was to screw it into the concrete around the thing. So there was no perimeter issues. And back then in the 60s, so this was actually a very early situation of a casement window. Okay. But you fast forward to today, I'm sure most of you would who have gone to Menara 118? Have you all done site visits? Yeah, okay. So you can see just a juxtaposition this is not my PowerPoint, I didn't do cut and paste. Go and visit this stadium, it's called the Jinwoo Stadium. Okay, it was done in '53 by a Malaysian JKR architect, and it's a beautiful building. It's still being preserved, and I'm one of the, technical advisors for this building. So I have access to it, and if you can see that it has this steel. The terminology in the facade industry is SMW. Okay, SMW types of frames. And the glass is actually fitted in, and then they used to put some kind of I don't know what material it is, some kind of sticky stuff before silicone came in. Putty. Okay, yeah. So you have to ask uncle. Must ask the grandfather. Okay. So they use putty, and some of these are actually original. They have not actually changed it, so the glass are actually original. And what's interesting about it is that you can see it's natural ventilation, and the stoppers for the windows to keep it in place. Unlike we're using friction hinges today. And this is very interesting. They even have a winder that you can open and close it just by winding it. Interesting, right? Because the top windows there, they want ventilation and prevent the rain to come in. So with this here also, you can see that they have a very good hood to prevent the rainwater going into these sections here. So these are the 50s, and some of the details here of the ironmongery, the hinges. These are, you can see the top hinges, the side hinges, and also the handles. And these handles are very unique. You can even leave the window open slightly. You got the little groove there. You can see, you can actually fully close it, or you can open it slightly with a little, opening section there. Okay, so these buildings are still there. We can always do lawatan tapak, but I heard that you all want to do lawatan tapak in Japan now with me. Is it? Those who are following me, yeah, okay. So this one just down the road, the Pengangkap, the Scouts building. You can see it's the year is 1954. That's a very interesting door here. It still has that lock, the original lock that still works. Okay, so how many years is this now? 70 years, right? And the windows and the glass and everything is still functional. Not that trendy, but the racks. This was actually cannibalized. They cut and paste, and then they redid that. The interesting why I talk about this is that it has this friction cup hinge and a spring finger pull latch. So all these terms I had to ask my other aluminium uncle to give me all these terms. So you can see here that this doesn't work very well. But the way the windows, the friction cup hinge is that the way the windows can spin around on an axis. Okay. Then moving forward in the 80s, you can start seeing that Maybank came up, and then you can start seeing that the windows section starts to change to ribbon windows. Obviously, all the influence from the modernists and all that. So you start seeing a little bit more modern buildings with the commercial stuff. This is the Bar Council. They have this again, the spinner hinge tinted glass. The way the windows are now spinning on the center. But obviously, this one you all know the problem's always with the rubber sealant, right? It gets compressed and then it doesn't work very well. Then it starts falling off. Okay. Then our early stick wall systems, clearly none of these were A414. So way before A14. So many of these buildings today, I think Jason will be looking to go there and offer his solutions. So this one here was a Japanese stick wall system. They were using PPG glass, reflective glass by Permanent YTL. So I mean, I just walked around the town, and this one was done by Laksun, ex-HSBC 1981. I may get some of the facts wrong, and I'm actually hoping to gather more of this archiving that we can put together for our history of facades. Okay? And then TMB HQ, I said this is a very interesting one. Also casement windows and tinted glass, and this one also spun around in that little hole. And then fast forward to 2023, they've moved towards ribbon windows and also adjustable fins and low E glass and so forth. So you can see over a short period of one lifespan, the aluminium, I mean the facade has changed tremendously. So thanks to Ao Tayao here, he shared some of the Penang photographs to make it a bit grounded for you all. I think you have the same. You have those interesting windows at the top, ventilation, doors, and also the timber frame windows. So for your Comta here, which is your landmark building here, you actually have like a casement window section as well. It's a bit like a ribbon window, but it has mullions and fixed glass as well. Okay? And then up there, suddenly it became very modern with glass handrails and so forth. So I took this overall picture here just to actually illustrate to you the types of glass and openings, fenestrations that you have in just one cross section here in Tanjung Tokong, where you have high-rise buildings, you have low-rise apartments, and you got landed properties. Right across the board, I think most of these windows here are going to be part of your 832 and 1017. Most of this, all of this here, other than curtain wall and stick systems and also unitized systems that are not what I'm going to cover today. But all of this here, it will be covered under the new standards. Okay. So this was an early Kerjaya Prospect project. Your new owners of E&O. He was the main con for this. Perdana Putri Apartments in Kapong. This was their founding early days. So you can see this is quite happening right back then. The bay windows and so forth. So all of these here now will actually fall under the new 832 and 1017. Okay. In this case, there's no sliding doors. There's no balconies here. But then, moving forward today, we are moving towards hoodless windows, which I don't know how people live in places like this. The windows can either be open or closed only. You can't adjust them, as what I showed you in the early buildings. There's no hood. There's no protection against the wind and the sun and so forth. So this is how far we have come down as far as design, as far as functionality, cost, and so forth. Between where we are. So I would say that some of these projects is where I'm saying the decline in design and specifications of our windows and our design has come down so low, and this is where I hope that with the 832 and 1017, we're able to now, pick ourselves up away from doing properties like this, where then people now end up having to put air conditioning for every house. Right? So this one here is quite new, but I'm sure you come back to this now, everybody will be putting something out there to keep it livable. Mainly they put in the air conditioning. Okay, so this is typical, right? For most of your projects here, same in KL. Brick walls, lintels, and then you put in the subframe. This is also regulated under 832 now. The 832 will determine those aluminium, you guys call it subframe, but the term should be render guide. It's not really a subframe. The true technical term of subframe is not this. This is just a place for you to screw your outer sash. Okay? So what happens is that is not regulated. This whole perimeter, that means the way architects design the outer frame and how you attach it to the brick wall or the opening is not covered in 832. Okay? That means everything in 832 is within that aluminium only. That means within the opening. Everything that you attach it to the wall is not in the standards. Okay, so that is under a whole different section. And that's where I think a lot of the problems, why I want to be able to dive into this section is because just because 832 is in, and now architects can just insist that you tell the main contractor or in your tender documents that 832 and 107 must be compliant, right? You select from those, but it is still your responsibility as the architect to detail the way it is attached. Okay, because it's not covered in the standards. Okay, so I'll show you some issues that we face. Okay, just from this here, I'll just show you the problems here. The problem comes with workmanship, with the gaps. Can you see the gaps there? I put the great arrows, and the way we do brickwork in Malaysia. Okay, happened, we reach the level, the brickwork doesn't reach, okay, we stop, and then we fill in with newspaper and then come back and pad it up, right? But it has to be Penang newspaper. Yeah, so that is the problem. Architects, you need to be mindful that that becomes your problem, not the MS832 problem, okay? And so you look at all the gaps there. So these are very typical photographs that I obtained from just my usual, calling few friends, hey, show me some of your basic issues. It's hard for me to get photographs like this, Although you guys may have it, but for me to get them, I had to ask and ask and ask. People say, hey, don't show my project. So I have to thank these people, okay? They are willing to say, hey, tell me what should I do? Okay, so what should you do? So my question to you now is, what should you do when you are faced with this? This Kok Chung is taking a nap here in front. Hey, give me the bottle. I'm going to throw at him. So this one here is a project that is in KL, in Brickfields, where they installed the aluminium, I call it subframe for the purposes of today's discussion, and they placed it on the concrete surround, and then they came back and filled up around the side of it. Okay, so this is one of the things that they're quite common now in high-rise buildings in Malaysia. Okay, because of the formwork systems, right? They don't go for brickwork. So I've taken a sample of a very standard brick lintel, and I've also given you a sample of the realities of the high-rise buildings using formwork systems. But what actually happens is that now, when your perimeter goes off, either in brick or either in this case here, this was a formwork system building, but the kicker, they didn't put concrete. Somebody decided that, oh look, we are not going to do concrete as part of the opening, and we'll fill it up with brick. And so this is one of the issues that we face. So now the installation of the outer frame is into some newspaper or into some, you will work it out. I don't know what's inside here. So you can see. And the screws, no matter how long you're going to put in your screws, your shop drawings, as what Jason was talking about, he even went for testing between 100 and 465 mm for your chimney. But architects are ignoring the very basic things here on perimeter. Okay, so can I ask you all, how would you prevent this? Because your drawings don't show this, but the reality of it is this happens, and the windows fall off, and then water come in, right? Water come in, and actually in this particular project, this is now in a full-scale dispute between consultant, main contractor, and developer. So this is one of a very typical situation that we see. Okay, this is a high-rise building. So I've taken that cross-section and make it clear to you that MS832 stops there. Okay, above it is MS832 is covered. We've done all the hard work. Okay, they are currently now, but below it, that's under you, the architects. You guys need to make sure that that doesn't happen, because that's not covered. That's just covered with professional negligence and how you detail it and how you make sure that this doesn't happen. Then the finger pointing, so the kicker is there, happen to be kicker is there, and then Then in between somebody says, oh, my drawing showed that, but the kicker should have been higher, or something. So that's very typical. Obviously, in this case here, it may have been that the seal should have been lower lah, but maybe for some reason, coordination or design change or whatever, you know, so that kind of thing happens. So it can happen on the bottom, it can happen at the top, sides as well, okay, as I showed you. So these are some of the samples of buildings that have got ribbon windows. So ribbon windows are part of what I say casement module. That means you got one casement, but you just attach it to the side. Okay? So it's formed part of the 832 as well. So in this case here, this is a very common problem. The bottom left there, you can see that where water comes in, right? I'm sure it's going to be a nightmare for you if this happens to your project. Okay? But this is quite common, and the seals on the outside is again not in 832. So in this case here, some of the seals have been done in such a way it's floating. It's either flat or it's sloping inwards. Common sense, right? But it happens. Okay, so please take note on some of this here. And this is another one in Sarawak, where, you know, Borneo, the highest rainfall in the world, you get enough rain in there, and yet you can see the total number of perimeter leakage and air infiltration, exfiltration. All the infrared shows here are actually leakages around the casement windows. Okay, so all the green there tells you that where's all the wet patches that are happening around it. Okay. Another one is, of course, fit and finish. So we talk about leakage and air exfiltration. So the way the casement windows fit against the mullions and the transoms and all that. So this one, the gaps are very common, and then leakage comes through. Okay. So MS832 deals with all of this. So as an architect, you don't need to worry about it anymore. Okay. I just checked with CIDB website. When I first started this talk in PAM, there were only one company under, what's the first one? The one Kong did. What's the company? The extruder? LB, yeah. There was only LB aluminium. Okay, but there's zero in Sabah. There's zero in Sarawak. So they have another issue. So when we go to Sabah and Sarawak and share with our PAM members there, they say, hey, there's no suppliers here. There's no PPS supplier in Sabah, Sarawak. But Penang and Central Semenanjung, you guys are lucky today. You have 117 choices to choose already. So that's a lot more than the fire doors, right? Fire doors, how many suppliers you have for fire door sets here? At least 10? You have a lot of choices, yeah. So the aluminium windows have actually really gone ahead and done the testing. So the PIFM, the facade industry has really been pushing this. Okay. The other one, of course, is just, these are again common sense. The architect had designed, in this sense here, the balcony of the typical condominium, right? You can see here the inside, outside. But the levels of the outside, the tiling was not careful. So the levels came up and blocked the weep holes. Although the detail of the bottom track got weep holes, but how can it weep out? It's weeping out into a traffic jam there. And as a result of this, the water is stuck there, and then, you know, it goes inside the unit. So these are nothing to do with the 1017. This has just got to do with architects detailing. Okay. I honestly feel that the days of us trying to be too sexy with the levels to say, hey, I want minimum drops. Go back to the old days lah, a big drop lah. Right? A big drop lah. Then you can put the kakia inside there also. Okay. So this was one of a project that I just wanted to share here about the exfiltration, air exfiltration, where, you know, you talk about curtain wall, air coming through the sealants. Okay, and in this case here, you know, actually there was the glass actually fell off as well. So you see from the infrared here, you can see the blue sections of where the sealants are. That's where the air conditioning is coming out. Okay, but in this case here, I just want you to know that we don't have a set of standards yet for curtain wall. We don't have it yet. So it is being drafted now, under the standards committee. So I do invite the chapter chairs here to also participate further in drafting some of these standards. It is actually, the working group has been formed, except that they haven't really quite started. So all the curtain wall that you see in Malaysia, if you don't have a proper engineering or proper installation, there is no standards to follow on. Yeah. Okay. All right, so that basically covers those points. I just want to go back again. But in addition, I want to add the word durability, energy savings, and maintainability. Okay. In addition to that, few points that I covered, I think durability, the MS832 and 1017 has covered it very, very well. So they've even covered like saltwater corrosion. They've covered things like lifespan of the powder coating. So all of that has been covered, and the total number of times the hinges are supposed to work, the handles and everything. So the entire system has been resolved. That means if you go to, say, company like LB, and you go LB system 123, they have one type of profile. You know, architects, you say, hey, I want a bit thicker, I want a bit thinner, I want a bit rounded here, I want that. So they have actually solved all that for you to say, so long you choose this system and you work out within that size, we have already pre-calculated all of those requirements on wind loading, on durability, on performance, on water seepage, on how whether one drop of water can come in or 2 drops of water can come in, testings and all that. They have done all of that already. So as architects, you just have to make sure that when you specify it, you choose within their PPS requirement. And then from there you can change color, you can change some of the profiles. So long you go within that change, you're okay. Don't try to do something that is beyond their openings. You get what I'm trying to say? Say like, okay, they have done the testing, say, for the height of 2.4 meters. You don't go and say, hey, I want 2.450 lah. You know, try to work within the sizes that they have already pre-tested. So if you say the window size is within this size, then you use this profile with. If you go bigger, they'll tell you, okay, you have to upgrade to the bigger profile. But don't try and do like, oh, I want a smaller profile in the bigger window. You know, why go to all that trouble? Work within the 117 vendors that have already sent in those supplies. Okay? Okay, so now I'm going to cover things that the next speaker hopefully will cover. I haven't seen his slides yet, okay? So I'm just preempting you all. Okay, all the red arrows here are not, there's no standards yet in Malaysia, okay? Scary, yeah? There's no standards yet in Malaysia here. Either in design of aluminium or in design of glass or the use of glass. None of this is regulated in Malaysia yet. So as architects, we tend to do this day in, day out, or we are part of the project, or we use places like this. So okay, let's have a look at it. First and foremost, the center one is escalators. Okay, escalators, right? The glass on the escalator. The height of the escalator, the heights, you know, you can see today they're way below 900 or 1 meter. So what do the shopping malls do? They go and put one at the added screen there, and the screen itself is so flimsy, you know. All right. Okay, so these are all reactive. The other one would be the handrail here. You can see the glass handrail that people are leaning down there, and the lateral restraint of the glass, the design, that's not regulated yet. Okay, although there are standards in the UBBL that dictate that, and that worries me because I have seen many handrails here that clearly have not met the standards. Using 12mm safety glass doesn't cut it, okay? I just tell you off the bat. 12mm safety glass does not comply. So if your project has that, I think you guys better go and really go to Galaxy and go and burn a few more big joystick, okay? Yeah. And then the other one would be the shop lot. You can see the shop lots there, the one with the front. So those are also not regulated. And then the main entrance there, the stick system at the main entrance, that's also not regulated yet, okay? Then of course the openings here to the shops, okay? And the skylight as well. There's a skylight above, so that's also not regulated. So, question here, I'm sure you guys have seen this slide before, those that have attended my talk. I ask you all again, is that safe? So, the mandatory standards for use of glass is so urgent because it's no point having 832 or 1017 while the glass is not regulated. Because that's where, and Hugh has been sitting in the working group, they are like so close, right, to getting it approved. So I'll let him story you on that later. Okay. So so I think this is where the next speaker will continue. So again, a reminder: please understand that you belong to this category of innovation in the industry. Okay, just a reminder: you are the same level as agriculture and hunting. That's how we have innovated, okay? So, I don't know whether McKinsey has updated this or not. Okay. But it's kind of like sobering to tell you that's where we are. Yeah. Alright, the IBS sections of talks I've covered this, but my angle for covering this is mainly to explain to you, remember that first picture I shared to you with the Berkeley Link flats, where they had the precast and the windows were installed to that. Now we're coming back to it. It has taken the Singaporeans to do it, where the windows and all the windows are now installed at the factory in very controlled conditions into concrete and sealed up, protected, sent to site. Isn't it much easier for architects? So PPVC is one of the plus points of PPVC is that the installation of the sliding doors and the aluminum windows are going to be perfect. So this is how, you can imagine you work undercover, under control conditions, right? Sealants and everything can be done here. Wonderful. Okay. So I think Rian shared this, right? Rian, when I brought him up the day in the IBS, he came in by video call. So he did this in his project in Skyblocks, where the windows were all pre-installed and so forth. So you know he doesn't have that problem. So again, you can see all the openings. So in this case here, I don't think there'll be issues with perimeter because you know the openings are well controlled. You can actually go towards very close dimensioning with that. Okay. So these are the resultant openings, big openings, but you know it's going to be fine. Okay. All right, so I covered this. So what's the next step? And again, I'm paving the way for Vaughan. Vaughan, this is your section here. So what's next, okay, beyond 2025? So it goes beyond safety, durability. Okay, now it goes towards life cycle maintenance. So the details that Dr. Jason shared just now were interesting. But Hugh raised a question. What about corrosion in there after 20 years, 30 years? Do you need to strip the whole facade down? You know, when those plates and screws and all that go off. So what's the lifespan of that? So we have things that are attached to the building that are so integral with the building, similar to our steel door frames. You know, our steel door frames today is standard, right? But the hinges last for how long? The hinges cannot last for more than 10 years. So eventually, every 10 years, you have to strip out your door frame, or you have to somehow or rather fix a new hinge onto a metal door frame. You can change the door easily, but you can't change the hinge. There was a time when some of the suppliers used to supply the hinges separately. You can take out the hinge, but now all the hinges seem to be welded on. So the concerns that he would raise would be like, when you build in something, you think about life cycle changes 10 years, 20 years from now. Obviously, the buildings have to last for 50 years. Right? So I think those are the questions that we need to remind ourselves, that facades are not forever. You need to think about those questions. I don't have answers here today. Maybe we can speak about it in the panel session later. Okay. And then the rest of it, I leave it to Von. I think you know. So it is, I have really excited to hear his presentation as well. So okay, I think with that, I just going to say, thank you very much. I have copies of the original copies of the standards with me. I have told the Northern chapter that you all should go and buy the originals, but that's official, okay? The unofficial version, I leave it to you all. Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, you got a question? Yeah. Somebody give him a mic.
Previous slide.
Why? Oh.
The previous one.
This one.
Okay. MS832 Code of Practice for the use of glass.
Yes.
So isn't that been regulated in the Code of Practice?
Okay, I'll let the next speaker
Okay.
cover that.
We have Q&A later on together with Architect Anthony,
Yeah.
so don't worry about that.
Okay. While you ask the question now, it's free. You ask the question later, got to pay one.
50 ringgit.
I have to generate business for Architect Center. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, I'll be here again next month. See you in court again. Okay, so we are lucky because we managed to get permission from the Chief Justice to get Judge Anand, Dato Anand, to be moderating. So I hope that you all, attend this. Okay, because I try to elevate the awareness of contractual disputes and how the architect's going to deal with the new norm of the fact that everybody is going to sue each other somehow or time or other. And your projects, like it or not, big or small, you will, it's better to be prepared than to just say, wait for things to happen. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Architect Anthony.
Good morning. Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot say I'm very happy to be here, to come back again, because this is my first time presenting to the Northern chapter. But still, I think I'm very happy because I see met a lot of friends, unimates, committee members, Architect Al-Rifan in PPC and also Practice Bureau. So 2 months ago, Anthony called me and said, hey, I want to come to Penang and give a talk. I said, what topic? He said, present back your glass standard. I said, not ready yet, because you've been working for it for 7 years, but it couldn't be published. Then he said, come for makan. Yeah, I said, okay. So yesterday, Gochong was saying, it's very difficult to book us 2 years. But I said, only informed last 2 months. But to be specific, it's actually 3 years. The first time you mentioned 2023. So after that, so that shows that how I think the committee trying to get these topics in. And I think last year, Datuk Law also sent an email to PAM HQ asking for anything related. So hence, here I am. Thank you. Nice view. Fresh from my room upstairs. So again, just an architect, we go into the room, take photo. From the entrance up to the window, so do a bit of inspection. So check here, check there, I think that's the duty. So I think what I'm trying to try here is you have casement window. Then what Anthony didn't cover is the aspect. I think he covered a bit of MS, so we see whether it complies or not. So I think for casement window, in short, I think in a nutshell, it's talking about material, glazing, performance, testing. All these are covered 8321017. So once you have a thick, you comply, you go to a lab test, you got your PPS, and hence that is what 832 for Windows and 1017 for sliding door. But the thing is, like we also mentioned, what about glass? The whole system is very strong, but the glass is the weak point. In fact, glass is the one that actually be initiated earlier than 832. 1017, for information, is actually a second edition, it's not new. So, third edition. So the idea is, I think back then when this project was actually initiated, right, I think one of the issues is the influx of a substandard glass. So there's a lot of issue with the quality, the tempered glass, spontaneous, all these are things have not been controlled. Hence I think this new standard, because why is D, right? Because it's draft. So DMS 2753, we should name it Code of Practice, Use of Glass in Building. And hopefully it will give a link with this system and the material itself. So, okay, that's the idea of here. Okay. Just to recap, actually, 2023, 1st of September, this is where 832 and also 1017 is involved. Just trying to bring back how this thing will link up with the glass later on. And we actually have 2 sessions before this within PAM. The first one was immediately in October 2023, which we have Anthony, we have people from PIFM that just talk about aspect of design, they talk about aspect of they go through very deep into the standards and also into including the enforcement part. Then last year, we have another session by Architect Chung. Talk about the same thing, it's a repeat session. So it seems like I presented the same class there, but at that time it was just I think it's a dessert, so I presented for 30 minutes only. So I thought I'd expand a bit. Seems like this topic has been a very important topic. And we're going to have it this year, and then first stop will be Penang. Okay, an overview of what I'm going through. Some people say, well, ask a lot of glass questions, so I need to disclaimer, I'm not a glass expert. So expert is down there, Anthony. So basically, I just want to share you through a bit about my experience with standards and how Jabatan standard work through the process within Jabatan standard, and how do we actually produce, and a bit of overview and preview of this new standard. Anyone involved in Jabatan standard in Northern Chapter? Can I just show a hand? No one. I think I need to invite more people to join PPC for this purpose. Okay, Standard Malaysia, yeah. We need a lot of people to represent PAM to actually sit into different working group, technical committee, and of course, you need to travel a bit. Sometimes it's on Zoom, so it's okay. We start with Standards Malaysia. So people say Standard Malaysia, Malaysian standard. Sometimes people will say, well, you comply with Standard Malaysia or not. So somehow there's a bit of confusion of what is Standard Malaysia, what is Malaysian standard. So I hope this will give a bit of clarity. Over here, DSM, JSM, I think they are the same, just English or Bahasa Melayu. Jabatan Standard, Department of Standard Malaysia, things like this. And introduction, I think this one is just very academic. 1996 is governed by Standard of Malaysian Act. It's actually under MITI. So in case anyone of you don't know, this is the government ministry of that. So what does Jabatan Standard do? 2 main roles, just 2. First, they issue standard. They are the publisher for Malaysian standard. Second, they are the national accreditation body. That means they basically, for the first one, they develop and promote MS. That's what MG, the working group of this Malaysian standard is. So for this one, you see this logo, Standard Malaysia. This one and this, they are not the same. Basically, for this one, they are the accreditation body for test lab, certification body. Maybe some other lab, they actually want to carry out the test using some standards. So Standard Malaysia is an accreditator. They are also inspection body, so they do inspection. So in a nutshell, this is what Jabatan Standard is doing. Of course, there's also many other standard developing bodies in Malaysia. So as what you can see, CIRIM, more into research, they do CIRIM standard, industrial standard, not the normal. So sometimes you say, do you comply with CIRIM? Actually, what we deal with mostly a lot to do is actually Malaysian standard. There are different category of documents. Then CIDB have the CIS. So yeah, some I think of course they deal with contractor, but CIS is also another set of document for standard. Suruhanjaya Tenaga ST. And DOSH, DOE, all these are standard developing body. That same as what Jabatan Standard Malaysia are doing. Okay, so how's the governance structure? I mean, what are the layers in Jabatan Standard that are actually doing works? when we are developing any standards or working on any writing. So here you can see MITI is actually the top, the mother of all this whole structure. So they're going to Malaysian Standard Council, DG of the Standard Malaysia. And this is where we start, National Standard Committee. We have 24 NSC, what we call it, go to different category. And PAM involvement, I mean architects or whatever, start from here. National Standard, and you have the next layer down will be Technical Committee that may oversee a different working group that have different topic on it. So from there, another layer you have National Accreditation Committee, and lastly, working group. So just diagram. So this is how it works. So as I mentioned just now, NSC, this is where architects, consultants, body actually be involved more. So extracted from Japan Standard, as you can see, 24, it's not in order, so 24 national NSC, and what we are dealing mostly are NSC 4 buildings, and the other one will be on 13. 13 is actually Bomba. That's what the heritage, I think Northern Chapter is going to collab with the fire group. So altogether, the new COP is actually under NSC 04. So we have 24 TC, under here we have, this working group is under TC 9 and working group 6. This is how they actually call it. So when the next time you see there's a line NSC, TC, WG, this is how it actually came from. So how do we write a Malaysian standard? Just a quick one. Okay, first, as usual, just like project, someone, if they have any issues, they have to submit a new project proposal to Jakarta Standard. Okay, and I think within Jakarta Standard they review it. Next, you need to get approval from the national standard governments. Okay, so they try to delegate. Whether this new standard will be done, technical committee can also draft. Depends on the decision. So TC can draft. If they say, oh no, these are too substantial, we need to run through a few more years, they'll set up a dedicated working group for this particular project or new standard. Okay, after they're drafted, everyone approved, everyone agreed, they run to a public comment. Conventionally 60 days. So if you normally browse into a Japanese standard, there's this UPC portal. They invite for public comments. So I think this portal is very important. So like even Northern Chapter, we can try and monitor in that whether there's anything that people quietly bring out for comment. So if anything critical, I think this is where you actually raise your comments and actually record it officially. So after that, you review the public comment and you do the final editing. And lastly, happy approval publication. But that haven't happened to my COP, so not yet. So this is basically the flow. Quite involve a lot of people, involve quite a long time spent, but I think it's a good learning process for our members that we involve in other industry players to go deeper into it. You don't need to be super expert in this particular topics. Just that you need to contribute from perspective, because anyhow, when any issues, right, you bring back to PAM committee, bring back to PAM, and how it support through if you need any decision or highlight anything that feedback to the working group. Okay, when you look at Malaysian standard, many different topics, subjects, title. So what are the difference? So I just list out here. So you see, sometimes the one that I'm going to share now is actually code of practice. So code of practice is basically a guideline. Then you have a spec on particular materials. Again, you have a guideline for recommendation, not mandatory, but it's a recommendation. Some terminology, this is very academic, right? What you see here. And also testing method, procedure, what standard, sometimes adopt something from overseas. So again, more classification, performance, safety requirements, environmental. All these actually are from Malaysian standard, but different category of document with different purposes and different use. So I hope when you look at this, you next time look at the cover, you will roughly know what is the intent of these documents. Okay, that is just a quick overview of how a Japatan standard, how we are involved in the Japatan standard, how architect actually involved in drafting and production. So from there, I hope to bring you further into, before I go to this DMS, right? We just got a bit of overview on the use of glass. Why glass? So basically, I think you all like glass, transparent and closed. So nice building, Apple Store. Why glass? It's a critical component. It's very versatile. So it has aesthetic, and also it got a function in modern buildings. Structural, so it's strong, strength, stability. It can act as a structure itself to support glass. Versatility, a lot of possibility to actually fulfill design needs. Safety, protect against impact of fire, weather conditions, things like this. And design flexibility. So all these, I believe, are the things that you consider when you're actually using glass as a very important materials in your building. Okay, you got very nice building, world-class architecture. But behind all this aesthetic, right, there must be some underlying issue or challenges that you actually may face. So what are them? You see. Can you play? Anyone aware of this news last year? It happened in KL, one of the building in Bangsar, not Penn Center. Okay, next one. Yeah. This one. Oh, this one is interesting. This is, I think, no signboard. So one of the jobs that we have in Architect Center. So this is one of the video. You see. Can you play that again? Look at what happened here. What do you see there? What do you think they come from? It's glass. So it fall from where? I know. It will come from floor. Okay, see. Infinity pool. Nicely, but the glass is gone. So very infinity. You can go up to the end and down. So these are the issues that I think more than one case, actually quite a few that actually came to Architect Center, which you repeat, you see the same problem happen again. And why? You see, you continue, you see collapse, you see skylight collapse. This one, yeah, glass bridge also broken and people fell down. So it comes to mind, what happened actually is that a glass problem, material, is a usage, engineering, or what? I think this all come in a whole package. So you can engineer very well, but if your materials are substandard, you do not use it with the correct intent, right? It will fail. So I just have a quick summary on. Okay, first, incorrect glass selection. So you got issue with safety glass. You always ask, what glass to select? Tempered, annealed, heat strengthened. These are the things that I think we always have questioned again and again. So there seems to be lack of some clear guide and direction, or at least the step one when you see glass balustrade, you know, yeah, I'm going to use if inside folder maybe I use a tempered laminated, laminated tempered instead of tempered. What's the difference if laminated float, can it be used or not? Actually, they got different consideration, different usage, different height, and hence I think glass selection is very important. How do you select glass? What type? So today your client asks you, I need to catch up because my hair is not white enough, so I catch up the younger one. Yeah. So how do you select glass when you want to say your client asks you float can?
Cost, Cost is of course, but based on function.
Cost, function, client's instruction, budget, cheapest. So you give the instruction to cut, you better know this. Okay, so next one, load calculation, engineering. See, the wind load, some people thought, glass railing is okay. It's just human load, no need to have wind load, deflection, doesn't matter. So, okay, 8 mm tempered, confirm. So here what you see. I think this one also from, all this one real, it's not AI generated, it's a real photo. Okay, what you see here, I don't know how high, maybe 3 meters, timber frame. And I'm going to knock, I think it's a float glass. Imagine this girl running, it's very loose, open head down, one day it bang, impact, this thing come down, and it's a float, large piece, you know what's the consequence. So interior design, the new code will actually intend more for the designer. So architect, designer, you at least have some close frame, a very clear framework for you to be guided when you are using the glass. Okay, installation method. Let's see, embedded, freestanding. So I think these are the technique, the installation technique are also very important to determine the successful or correct system of glass usage. Quality assurance. You can design very nice. I think it's installation, then the maintenance, the checking. If it's not there, right, I think the system still fails. So lastly, documentation. So you say your glass is pass, high quality, but if there's no standard, no document, right, it means that it's not trackable. So that's the issue with glass. It all happens from the supply chain that come in, who take it, because you go through many people, glass processor, a fabricator, up to the main con. So all this time you need a proper documentation to actually track the compliance. Okay, next, what is safety glass? People ask. So I think these are some questions which I personally going to go into to check into some ChatGPT, very convenient. So people thought, I think the very basic tempered, laminated, whatever. And these are the main thing that I think resisting breakage. They need to have certain load impact. They can withstand some load for whatever situation. And you have to break into a safer manner, means small pieces. So when even if you break, right, you fell down, you should shower and take, at least the risk is not that critical. Of course, next one, safety glass is mandated by code, Malaysian standard, whatever code. And lastly, they must be certified. If you can fulfill 1 and 2, but you don't have anything to certify or show evidence that it's a certified product, it means nothing. So, what I see here, 1, 2, 3, these are the main factors that part of safety glass, other than just the usages and how you react to your activities. I just added in because I think there's always a lot of confusion asking this question. So, safety glass, I think, let's say people ask whether it's strengthened, whether it's safe or not. But because it's already strengthened to 2 times the normal annual float, it depends. Because sometimes if stand alone, right, we cannot say it's safety. But if it's laminated that fulfill the first 2 engineering safety, yes, it can be considered. So, issue and challenge. I think these are some questions that when you start to go into glass, you always ask, what type of glass is best? What is the maximum size? How thick to use? So I ask again, how do you pick your glass thickness?
Ask supplier.
Ask supplier. How do you, bigger span, thicker, how do you know whether it's correct or not? Supplier. Okay. Any other option? It's still supplier. I think some supplier are actually quite helpful. People like, I think Namping is outside. They have the software to actually simulate and give you what the basis that their actual recommendation is, how they test, you give them load usage, and they actually simulate the deflection. They tell you this is our recommendation, but your responsibility to spec. Okay, so I think there's some very good way. We go by engineering calculation. I think this is the safest one. I think when we check Architect Center, we check. So this is one sample for glass balustrade. Okay. So I look at it, you see, okay, they say standard part 1 BS6399. They refer to Australian standard 1288. So I don't know what is a megapascal. By the way, this is just for a 1.1 meter high glass balustrade embedded in a 100 mm U channel using 12 mm thick tempered glass. Okay or not? Cukup this one. I think quite common, right? 12 mm. Common, and okay, of course, you also have parameters. These are material. Then you have some cantilever. Then you have wind load 1.5, 1.7. High rise. So you cannot use the normal. I think you don't plug from sky because we have our MS for wind load also. Then, of course, you see they got design parameters, 1, 2, different combination. I don't know, basically. Every time I read back again, I need to check back with the engineer and what does it mean. So, do you think 12 mm, how many think 12 mm thick for this situation? Okay. Yes, okay. Oh, that means Penang all thicker, then how come there's so many cases? Okay, so next, wow, they do simulation. Engineer, I think very useful. They test red color, okay, double A. Then this is how they do different This report is actually 80 pages. So end of the day, just lead to this decision. Okay, fail, okay, fail, okay, fail. But in short, you need all this to be okay. So what's the conclusion? Glass balustrade fail against horizontal line load, fail, UBB up. And on both stress and deflection, fail. Glass balustrade also fail against wind pressure on both stress and deflection, fail again. Thickness of glass balustrade has been insufficiently provided. Engineer said, I didn't say that. So 12 mm thick, 1.5 kPa wind load. This engineer say fail. So I think that's something that you have in mind. But every time, do you actually spec for PE, PC, facade engineer to do this calculation for you, test for you? But I thought if you, what I do is I spec, of course I do all the background check, but after you awarded to this fabricator, right? I think I would recommend you to have for them to have a PE, PC to counter check all this calculation one more time. So is there a better way for the architect? We don't look at engineering. Architect Warren has been with me in this working group. So I think whenever there is a very complicated calculation, things that come into this, he'll quickly object and say, we cannot read. So you have to make it something that is more user-friendly for architect and also designer. Otherwise, if these MS later become mandatory, right? Then every time you have this one, you need a higher engineer. So I think that's something that we thought not so suitable or something not so feasible. So now I have mentioned the Japan standard. I have an overview of the glass issues, I think that we have. Now I move on to the DMS 2753, which is currently named as a code of practice for the use of glass in building. Okay. This is a cover draft. Got 2 parts. You'll start to propose in 2018, by the way. Moving into 7 years. That's how long we are in this. Some people change, some people not around, and I think we are still around there, so it's still okay. So we definitely want to push it through because we know the issue. We want to complement the MS, the system, everything. So there are 2 parts. Part 1, selection of glass. This one is mainly for us. How to select the criteria appropriate. Then part 2 are more for engineers. They involve the guideline of design and analysis of different glass structures. Okay. Scopes, objective. Basically talking about selection, structural design, safety, and performance testing. These are the main missions, things that what this COP want to achieve. a lot of committee representation in the working group. So how Jabatan Standard select, basically it's a 4 quadrant. First is the industry. So basically means they will select some manufacturer representative. Second one is government. Government is actually a regulator. CIDB, all these people will be in. Then third one will be academic. So you have researcher, you have professor. They also join to give their feedback. And lastly will be the end user. And end user basically meant as a professional body, architects, engineer. This is how we go in. So in this document, these are the people involved. Quite a lot. But actually the active one is not so many. So PAM, I represented PAM there. Okay, the wall represented MGBC. Even started with that Michael Ching at that one time, but disappeared already. So MID is there, very active, also together with me. And the rest I think will be SG PAM, safety glass, and also this glass association. They're still there to actually push through the issuance of this thing. Why we actually started to? So is there not examples or any standards? I think some authority they have their own standard. Penang have. Okay. So what I select is from KL, quite old. I don't know, some 2017, some 19 something. These are the ones that actually I can actually locate. So of course the most important is CIDB. This is mandatory, by the way. There's no option, no choice. It's not voluntary. When you select this thing, it must comply with all this code that related to glass with PPS. So you know if anything wrong, it's actually I think penalty up to 500,000 for the specifier. Okay. Then you might ask, so what's the difference of all this already in CIDB? You don't need any more. So why do you need it? It's a guideline. It helps you to understand a brief principle behind the design analysis. It can actually help you to have a safety compliance and let you know a bit more on the testing procedure and also documentation. So what's the benefit? You enhance the safety, improve performance, compliant, cost effective, professional reputation, your professional liability. So with all this, I think you can demonstrate a commitment. Otherwise, I think you may need to consider. I think you need a PI, public PI insurance, the professional indemnity insurance. I think I'll ask because our AR cover is outside. They say they are a bit free. People thought they are the external agent. Actually AR cover is PAM is an agent. So I think this AR cover is a PI that actually developed by PAM, and also it's designed for architects. So if anyone of you are interested, I suggest you to actually just have a few words. They're from KL, by the way, so you can actually know what the PI and how does it actually work against your other insurance company. Okay. I finish on DMS, but since I'm here with 150 people, right? Practice, very concerned with practice method. I'm chairing PAM PPC this term, but I thought I also take this opportunity to do a bit of marketing. PAM, one family. Yeah. So, I think what here is we have our first committee meeting last week. We have some reps, Sadolo attended. I think we got like 30 people on Zoom. And people ask, who are the people? So basically, if you see here, one chair, you got six co-chairs. I think you're all very familiar with the names. All these are the Sifu, all these experts. And in a nutshell, we have 5 working groups. Government liaison, deal with government, which Jabatan Standard is actually part of government liaison. Practice Bureau, my co-chair is there, keep that out. And another are also very active. So I think back here, I think not NCOP has been very supportive in Practice Bureau. Anyone know what is Practice Bureau, by the way? Okay, it's actually online. Anyone use it? Anyone submit a complaint? Okay, don't dare to say. But I know I got the data. By the way, all the things that you submitted to Practice Bureau is PNC. The members have to sign NDA. So feel free to share, but not part 3 question, please. Practice matter. After you see all the issues, right, if there's a chance you transfer to working group on the 3 practice note, that is actually led by Architect Dexter Paul. And then WG4, Fire Safety, I think you are familiar. Elena, Red Book, outside. And I think this year will be working with another chapter for the heritage. And lastly, this one is fresh. David, you're very familiar. Because of CDM lah, so we start a new working group just for that. And Anthony went to has I put two place so that if anything, I give you a logo this time, same building. So anything to construction, I think Anthony is the one. What I'm trying to say is we have this meeting every month. So I've been in this committee for 14 years. So from there, I sit behind the long table in Pen Center, and then I'll be a bit more involved. I thought it's a good learning curve because we are running on the meeting is running fully on Zoom. So if you join a member, you can actually just attend Zoom. Of course, occasionally I thought of having a hybrid. But I think no harm, just sit in, listen to what happened. You don't have to take out any job, it's okay. But if you can, even better. So I think we need a lot of members, especially if there's any issues or meetings that happen outside KL. Then I think that is where chapter rep can actually come in to support. So just a bit of text. I craft this one so that you can easily understand space or standard policy, advisory, clarity, environment. Right. So that you can, every time we talk about BBC, I thought maybe I just shocked the movie. You give a space to your architect. So that's what you're providing. So just a bit of run through how this thing, a key function of different working notes. So again, you can, if you are interested, please write to practice, pam.org. And of course, I think you also receive an email on the registration. Just drop the registration. I believe there's a lot to take and a lot to share. Yeah. So on that note, I complete my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So
good timing.
Now, yeah, very good timing. So now we will start our Q&A session while we are setting up for the seat on the stage. Me and Yushin will pass around the mic. So if anyone have a question, please raise your hand and we'll give the mic to you. Yeah. Yes, please. I would like to invite Architect Anthony and Architect to go up on the stage and have a seat. If anyone have a question, please raise your hand. I will pass, me and Yushin will pass around.
Uncle Lee, you raised your hand earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, this one probably not so much on MS. How about the design of, say, art glass, say stained glass, is there any safety factor that if I want to put the stained glass on the window, for example? And then the second question is, what if Ken Yang asks you, I want to embed a photovoltaic cell on my glass window, right? And my third question is, how about glass blocks? Is it in your MS, glass blocks? Okay, thank you.
Are you good? I answer just soft. This is the same mic? Yes. I just answer from the document. First one, stained glass, colored glass, not in the document. Secondly, Ken Yang PV, 2 new, also not in. Then glass block, also not in. I think we started from the very general materials. So, but I believe whenever you say embedded, it's PVB or the PV, right? You go back to safety, you still go back to the glass, the
performance. Your PV, everything, you will just add another layer. Either it's an interlayer or on top or on each side. So the idea is to start first, because we know standard can never be perfect. So whenever there is a product material, then I think we can dive in a bit more. The stained glass is original in AS, but we've been debating because it did not relate to any of the existing glass. So we thought we just want to take it out because it may create confusion. So unfortunately, if I remember correctly, not in the standard yet. Yeah, thank you.
The last question on the PV integrated into the glass, I think you can ask the next speaker. Vaughn has been in the forefront of PV glass from China. So very, very high technology, and perhaps you can ask that later. Yeah. Okay, any other questions?
Any more questions? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any guidelines regarding the spontaneous breakages under the nickel sulfurs chemical reaction under this tempered glass?
NIS, you mean NIS? I think NIS is under manufacturing. You know, the manufacturing processes which already exist today. So I think the guidelines are there. I did speak to Malaysia Glass Association, MGA president. I said, then they always, you know, the manufacturers always say, oh, you know, we always allow a certain percent. One question for you, you have to come and answer. Yeah. This uncle asking the difficult question. So the answer to that is that there seems to be a myth to say whenever we use safety glass, that there is always an accepted tolerance for NIS, spontaneous combustion. So up to today, when I ask them, can you show me documents from anywhere in the world that allows for certain percentage of NIS? Zero. No one has come to me and said, look, there is a document that allows for certain acceptable percentage or pieces. Say you got 1,000 pieces in your site, oh, you're allowed to have 10 pieces, up to 10 pieces for NIS, spontaneous combustion. It's almost quite difficult to establish that because the cause of breakage is impossible to ascertain. You know, where do you find, in the sense that when the glass is broken, it's still in place. It's very rare for you to then look for the butterfly and all these things, you know. So I think, as far as I'm saying that glass will break and it can break based on what our Hugh was saying just now. Material selection, the use, the installation, you know, human impact, you know, and then the last item, of course, manufacturing. That's why the certifications are very important. The stickers, the tracking of each material is also very important. Yeah. That was a question. Uncle, you want to ask your question again?
Oh, the PV embedded glass.
Is there any standard?
Made in China.
No. No. Okay, no. It might be coming. The technology there is shifting too fast, just like car batteries. So therefore, there's an attempt by people to do that, mainly to protect their own industry, own business. But no, not yet. But I won't be surprised if it comes one day. But the time when it comes, like car batteries, we also don't know what form it will be. So no need to worry too much about it. So therefore, this very intrinsically little bit of codes that they're talking about, like this type, we should not worry too much. We should worry about the overall architectural practice requirement at this stage. You know. For example, you talk about PV systems. We know that PV is actually limited by physics. The limitation of how much radiation we get from the sun and how we generate electricity is limited by physics. But there are many ways to overcome or increase a little bit at the time of efficiency of it to make that PV system even more efficient. So at the moment, the science part of it is still evolving, very fast evolving. And a lot of early days PV manufacturers are already behind time. So how do you want to set the standard? You know, you have huge challenges from everybody who invested a lot of money in this thing to want to protect their own industry. So it's not possible. Even if it does, I don't think Malaysia would be the first. You know, other countries will do that. And this cross-border imposition of standards
is another area of my pet topics. So far, I have not been extremely successful in that. What I'm trying to say is that we must try not to introduce new laws from other countries into our country. Okay? Therefore, one of the reasons why the MS standards is here for is because of that. We try to convert a lot of BS into MS if they are relevant. So we say you must comply with MS to all those overseas companies that will try to penetrate into Malaysia. You cannot say bring in Chinese standards, therefore it must work. No, no such thing. So we have to be alert to that at the moment. Yeah.
I just want to add to Hui Fang, your question about nickel sulfide, right? This will be related to 1498 safety glass. But as I know, NIS is a characteristic because of how tempered glass is used. You heat up, you cool down, and these are avoidable. But what I do I know is in our TC, right, there will be an update to 1498, but more into adding another testing criteria to it, which is a boiling test to boil the glass. So that is how 1498 trying to be strengthened. Of course, for a NIS to minimize it, I think what we normally will specify heat soak. So heat soak by a reputable glass processor. I think these two will basically have a better protection to us as a specifier. Thank you.
I think one of the things, I've spoken about glass through my Architect Center talks before. I think one of the key things as architects, you need to understand that safety glass, the glass is safe when it is broken, right? That means he was saying breaking into small pieces, no piercing and all that. But the conditions in which it creates the opening becomes unsafe, right? So that's what architects must also understand, that safety glass is not safe conditions when the glass breaks. When the glass breaks safely, it can create an unsafe opening. And that opening, if it's behind a curtain and the glass falls down in the middle of the night, it creates an opening in your dining room or living room of a high rise. It's an opening. And that's how children fall through. Anybody can fall through that. So I think more important is one point that Hugh has mentioned, how you install the glass. Whether the glass stays in place if the glass fails. That means when the glass is broken, you can see it's broken, but if you push it, the glass is not going to fall off. It still stays in place. But on the other hand, if the glass falls as one piece, as you've seen my slides before, like a laminated glass, if it falls one piece and it hits somebody as one broken piece, you are also in trouble. So that's why the use of glass, it goes beyond just the characteristics of the glass. It is also understanding how you design the glass is going to be fitted, the behavior when it breaks, the behavior of the glass, and the conditions in which the glass falls, or the conditions in which a void is left behind.
I want to add on to what one of the earlier speakers have mentioned, just to share with you a little bit, especially on what Hugh mentioned about the standards, the formation of standards. You notice there's one slide he's shown there are a lot of normative references in Malaysian standard. When we did this glass thing, one of the reasons why it took us so long was because the moment we touch on it, almost all the normative references have to be changed. Because they were done first many years ago. Secondly, not Malaysian. I mean, not 100% suited to Malaysian conditions. So when we look at it, what are you going to do? You got to wait for these other MS to upgrade first before we launch this one. It's a long thing. But then the second question is Anthony's mention about safety. So there was a discussion about whether, also again found in Hugh's slide, which is either mandatory or non-mandatory. So I, for one, was I was representing FGBC, but I told them that look, this one is actually, we should make it mandatory because we got glass everywhere. Safety is very important. That got a lot of other participants there very agitated. They say, "Wow, you do like that, my industry cannot take a long time for them to redo cannot cope with that kind of thing." So that it became a long discussion issue. And then the other thing is that the moment we go into mandatory, become a mandatory code, how are we going to do that? Do we get to put the whole code as a mandatory code or how? Which is why I shared with them how we did to MS1525. The MS1525 is actually gazetted by state, right? And then the state will tell the local authorities, you adopt this in your planning requirements or building requirements, So far there has quite a lot of resistance also, even that. But the whole idea is that if you do the whole MS1525 with them, quite a lot of it is irrelevant, and you, architects, you're signing on your building plan saying that saya akui bahawa, all this, you're in trouble, right? So therefore, what we said, okay, we extract a couple of things from MS1525, put it to UPBR, the revision clauses, That actually is much better for us architects. We are not going to be responsible for all the other clauses, but this one we do, because we as a conscientious professional in this country, we want to, in a way, protect people. So the safety class also the same thing. So if we want to adopt this thing as mandatory, we don't need to put the whole new MS as mandatory. We just pick out the clauses, and that's how we manage to work around. Like you said, the engineers come up with those equations that mean nothing. If you imagine that thing found into a mandatory thing, and you architects got to be responsible how you calculate this. I think 99% of us don't even know what it is. These equations. And in the original draft, there are a lot more equations. So we cut down to about 3 or 4, which I also was resisting, but there are only 2 of us. And I was pointed out, you represent MGPC, what are you talking about? I said, I'm also a practicing architect, right? So they understood that, but the rest are engineers. So if we hadn't put a stop to it, thank goodness we got a length of time. We managed to drag, not because we want to drag, but the whole thing just dragged by itself. We outlive them. At the same time too, if we haven't done that, more than 1/3 of the new draft would be like your logbook. Those of you who are old enough to use logbooks, that kind of engineering, kind of prescriptive responses, that kind of thing. So anyway, the purpose is that we want to make this something that all designers must comply, and manufacturers must also comply to it, because it's for the general safety of the public. But we are not going to make it all compulsory. So safety glass is a very important thing. Everywhere you see is glass. The modern architecture. So we have to be responsible for that. So for us to be responsible, better that we go in and do it ourselves, rather than if you don't do it, somebody else takes over from us, and you also, architect also, become secondary. So that's part of the thing. That's the third reason why it took so long was we outlived many people. At the same time too, CIRIM was originally under CIRIM, then came the standards, and the whole process was just nobody could understand what it is. But thank goodness, thank goodness we are still around, and all the graphics was done by Hugh and his team. I did a lot of talking, he did a lot of heavy lifting. So should thank you for a lot of it.
So where do we stand now? Moving forward, every day. Architects, you guys do floor plans and facades, right? So it's all about cladding, and glass is there every other day. And I can see the trend in all this cantilever handrails. So where does that leave you when the standards are not ready? That doesn't stop you as the architects from specifying what is already available, as an opt-in, rather than wait for somebody to whack you and say, oh, you have to follow. I think this is way already too late. Many projects have already slipped through the systems, and I think some of the slides here were alluding to the fact that if you use 12 mm cantilever safety glass for handrails, you can only go up to 2 feet, which is that. But all of you know you are putting it there, and you saw that video where the strong wind blew, it came down. That's not even human impact. That's only wind, So where do we stand? I think the hard question is, you guys need to say, look, you as PSP, and the life of the glass, the lifespan of the glass is forever. First, go and buy PI, go and get an AR cover. That's the first thing you should do. Secondly, I think moving forward, just do the hard grind to upgrade your specifications. Don't just say, rely on the suppliers and ask the contractors to propose. do the hard math and deal with it. You know, yeah, and I think then you will sleep a lot better.
Okay, any more? All right, any more questions? Maybe one more question.
This is a bit technical question. Your safety glass has a 12 mm, and if I want to do some graphic and sandblast it, does it reduce the strength of your glass?
What kind of glass?
Let's say
tempered glass. Okay. Now the issue with tempered glass, when you decide that are you going to put the graphics after installation or before installation? Huh? That means before? No, it's an important question here. Supposing you put a laminate, you put a piece of
sandblast.
Oh, sandblast. Look, you saw that diagram with the compression. You saw the diagram with the safety. You know, when you say go, your guys should go. The next time you guys do an architects in KL, go to Nam Hing factory. Okay, down south. They will show you how they do the safety glass. I mean, go through and explain to you also the difference between the compression, because safety glass just means that the two surfaces are compressed, and that means compression. So what happens is that if you start putting fissures and things like that on the surface, you are just weakening the compression. So be very careful with playing around with safety glass as far as scratching it, doing things to the edges. And the safety glass, the edges are not fully the edges don't go all the way. Yeah.
So meaning to say, if you bevel the edge also?
No, it has to be pre-beveled. You can't bevel it later. So all of this, that's why the importance is that don't mess around with safety glass after it has been tempered. Okay, and the other aspect he mentioned, we found about heat soak. When you go to some of these plants, they will be very revealing, because you say, show me the heat soak glass, then they'll take you to another section. It's only a very small section, because most of the glass never get heat soaked, because it's much more expensive, right? And then my question was, how do you know a heat soak glass and a normal safety glass? You can't tell, right? You know that. So again, the reputation of the company is so important, that they will tell you, yes, I certify that this has been heat soaked and this has not been heat soaked. Yeah. So, but technically, they said they cannot tell the difference between a heat soak and a non-heat soak glass.
Okay, any more questions? Luckily, I see here.
Sorry. Do you have any guidelines or any guidance for architects when they go to site to do the inspection, how they can ensure and also inspect contractors' work, whether comply to MS832, MS1017? Let's say they are doing the water testing, what is the required pressure, what is the required water volume, and also the time frame required?
Okay, this is my area. Yeah. Look, first and foremost, of course, is the company's reputation. Okay, the bigger companies, they have invested a lot of effort. First and foremost, it's a celebration by the facade industries that finally these standards are around to put all the substandard profiles out of business. I mean, that's the first thing. It was a tough decision for them, because they were fighting the race to the bottom. So I think this 832 and 1017 has received a very positive response from all sectors of the industry. That means, unless of course you are a developer who wants to just throw out lousy stuff, okay? So you're going to still find people who's going to slip in substandard systems. I think once you're able to specify a certain profiles from a certain range from a reputable company, I don't think you're going to have any issues as far as whether those right profiles come or not. Because casement windows are easy to check. So during the drafting, we were even saying, oh, do we put in this hidden hologram, the fire doors, you got the tag. It's quite impossible for that to happen. So I think it's important that you do your basic duty, IOWs, making sure that the profiles come in are the right profiles. But your focus shouldn't really be just on the sash and the sash, between the sash. I think your focus should be on perimeter. Yeah, the perimeter supervision is more important for you. Remember I mentioned about the perimeter. You may have designed everything, but certain parts of the project may have not careful control of the perimeter.
Back to the mandatory or non-mandatory issue, whether it's mandatory or not, if there's an issue, architects are still liable.
Of course.
Yeah, so
because
it doesn't matter, right?
It's like a C1, C2, C3, it's the same thing. Yeah.
There is no issue, there's no difference between mandatory or non-mandatory.
No, there is, because if it's non-mandatory, like the MS832 and 1017, as what Hugh said, it's not the first version. There has already been 2 previous versions, but it was an opt-in. Opt-in, that means it was architects to say, oh, okay, if my project was 15 years ago, I would have specified MS832 back then. And you will not have, you have less issues. But nobody opted it in. So the industry decided to say, look, especially PIFM, they lobbied CIDB very, very hard, and they got it. And I think it's been very helpful for us. So whether it's mandatory or not, well, if it's non-mandatory, it becomes fit for purpose. The architect's liability, you have nothing to rely on anymore. If the system failed, you specified something that has received PPS and it failed. So the root cause of the failure will have to be established. Is it a systemic failure? Is it a workmanship failure? Is it fraud? Is it manufacturing defects or things like that? But the architect has something to rely on. But if there's no standards and you go ahead and design glass today, you are bound by fit for purpose. It's a heavier burden. Yeah. Some lawyer will come around and say, look, I put it to you that you design a building with unsafe glass. Yeah.
One more thing is that I mentioned just now, like MS1525, part of it found itself into UBBL. So that is the best, to me personally, that's the best direction as architects of PEM should take. Let's say when this glass MS finally comes out, I would not agree to make it mandatory, but there are certain good factors, functions inside this particular scope, this particular MS, that I believe PEM should put a hands up and say, okay, we like to propose this clause, this clause, this clause to be part of, let's say, UBBL. UBBL is a damn good document to be part of, because it's only one document. But other than that, if you don't do that, the rest of the industry, especially developers, say, no, you are responsible for whatever is written inside this glass code, even worse. So I think there's a chance for us to do that. When the time comes, we can be selective. And better do fast before somebody else tells you you are responsible for 100% of this code, which as I said from the beginning, I do not agree. So if the other engineers, or let's say the other glass processors, wish to make their own little bit of it, part of their own particular mandatory thing, up to them. Because sometimes they look at it from the business point of view. It's better that they adopt the whole document, or most of the whole document, in order to fight off foreign intrusion, foreign dumping. So from the point of view, that is actually useful. But from architect's point of view, we don't need that. So be selective and be quick. Be quick before somebody else tells you you are mandatory for all of you, all of the. Well, take photo from the back. Wow.
So can we all look at the camera?
Look at the camera from the back.
Quick photo, quick photo.
We found your question on the test methods, right? Basically, MS832 or 1017, right? Ultimately, the ultimate reference point is the PPS. PPS for the window system and also a sliding door system. So before you can get PPS, right, there's a lot of requirement that you need to, prerequisite that you need to comply, including the components, your lock set, they need to be certified, your alloy, aluminium, thickness. Then they have to go through a lab test. And this lab test, there's a prescribed requirement for the air, water structure. And then compared to the normal ASTM that we normally use, right, the add-in operation, that means when you open the casement window, I think they hang a 80 kilo or 100 kilo thing there for certain minutes, that only consider pass. So for this one, that is how they actually go through the test methods. And I think Anthony also covered, but installation how. There is a gray area there. That's why when you say whether there is a need for on-site, yes, there, but this one you need to formulate it and actually put in your specification on-site testing, which I think some projects been quite common. Some of us assisted by facade engineer, facade consultant, we have the input, so we do it. You have the nozzle, you spray. I think that is doable, but it's optional for now. It's not in MS832, as I understand.
Okay, the MS832 are minimum standards. They are not maximum standards. Minimum standards. That means during the drafting, there was a requirement by one of the members to say they wanted zero leakage, totally zero. That means not even one drop, not even one drop to come in. So I think some of us say, look, that's a bit unreasonable. That's not minimum standards. So we said, look, we allow a few drops to come in. But that was so that was like a bit of a tussle in the back room. So today, actually, yeah, we allow a few drops to come in. But that doesn't stop the other manufacturers, say like even LB, say, hey, I got one that zero drop one. It meets the minimum 832, but it tells you, look, this one a bit more canggih lah, you know. So it's really up to the architects to be, you do your duty lah, you go and speak to the people, you ask them all this kind of important information, okay. And the standards, the 832 and 1017 also prescribe the glass thickness based on wind load and things like that. But that one, the wind doesn't really break the glass one, you know. It can be very thin, you'll still comply. So why we incorporated heel stock into the 832 talk today is to tell you that beyond just wind load, there's human impact, there is practicalities, there is deflection, there's all the other aspects that should be considered. So never look into selecting glass from one aspect only. You got to look at it from all the aspects of it.
Okay, any more questions from the back? If not, we will stop for a lunch break. So thank you again for our morning session speaker, Architect Hugh and Architect.
Now I'm coming again, right, to do the see you in court again. After that, I think architects is quite close by. So I kena sound already, you know, by HQ that I'm going to kind of like cannibalize on the people not going to CLAF. So I'm here to tell you all, look, if you all don't register for CLAF, I won't show up, okay? So please, that session, I think CLAF side changed the date. Kok Chung booked me 1 year ago, so I've arranged for the High Court judge to also come. It's hard to get the permission from Putrajaya for him to come. So I hope that you all don't ignore the CLAF that's going to happen, I think, the week after that. And then another last announcement is that our Firefly flight has been postponed to 11:45 p.m. tonight. So there's two options. One is that anybody, even suppliers who are going back to KL after one stop, I need a lift if I want to get back earlier. If I can't get that, then we need people to take us for drinking tonight.
I also add a bit on CLAF. So basically, I think you're all aware that this year there will be two venues, right? The convention KLCC, and it was started earlier at MyTech. So since you're talking about facade, so that is about Finestex. Finestex is actually the exhibition for facade. So I'm not sure that announced, there will be a small forum area that we call Finestex Forum. that PIFM, they'll share again on 832. And I think on the afternoon session, there will be some topics related to facade. So far, I heard it's free. So pay a bit of attention. If you are really interested in facade, I think it's on the second day, if I'm not mistaken. So that is something that maybe you can pay a bit of attention and participate in this event. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, this is a very good initiative by CIS to have a theme for the session on fenestration. So they are going to have specialists. I mean, you go to one area, it's everything to do with facades. Okay, so I think it's actually a follow through of our session today.
Okay, so we will stop for now, and then we will join back at 2 o'clock. So please, everybody.
Liu from KL. Then in Penang, basically we have Ling Zi from the specification team, and also my colleague outside, Mary from Penang as well, for the sales department. Okay, we are Sika. So a quick introduction about Sika. We are actually a Switzerland-based company, started in 1910. We specialize in building trust beyond the expected. All over the world, we have 34,000 employees, presence in 102 countries. We have 400 plus factories worldwide. We also emphasize on new expanded factories in 2024. And we always do a lot of innovation and sustainability product. So in 2024, we have patented about 125 new products. In 2024, we actually have 3 acquisitions, and our total sales is 11.7 billion Swiss franc last year. So here, basically why I'm showing this one, just to show you that we have 18 global technology centers in 8 countries. In 8 countries, we have 4 in Asia, 2 in America, 12 in Europe. So these global technology centers take the lead in long-term research program. Then locally, we have about 100 local and regional R&D facility in 90 locations. So basically, the local and regional R&D meets the local market-specific needs and requirement and new product development and system based on local market requirement. So in Malaysia, is also one of the R&D facility. So welcome to Sika Malaysia. We are about 34 years in Malaysia already. So our first HQ is in PJ. First factory operation in Nila in 1991. Second factory in Ipoh, 2014. And third factory in 2018 in Senai. So global acquisition, 2019 we actually acquired Parex Dafco, famous for tile adhesive and skim coat. Then in 2023 we acquired MBCC, famous for admixture, mainly due to focus on to concrete site, those are batching plant. Then also MBCC also famous for Ucrit flooring, PU flooring. If you do a lot of factories, food factories, then will be from the MBCC technology. And 2025, the latest one, basically we have acquired Elwich. Anyone heard about Elwich before? Do mainly on urban greeneries, green roof, green wall. But then, yes, the pedestal, all those, yeah. Have you used before, sir? But at least you know. Okay. So with the acquisition, we have additional factories in Teluk Gong and Sabah, and MBCC. Basically, we have another factory in Bukit Raja, and Nowtech JB factories in 2023. Okay. So in Malaysia, we offer solution from basement to roof. We have actually divided our segment into 8 categories. we have the concrete, waterproofing, roofing, building finishing, flooring and coating, sealing and bonding, and engineering refurbishment. The last one will be industry, nothing to do with construction, but basically very related to our daily life. We drive car, right? We take MRT. So basically we supply all those sealants, sound dampening product for automotive industry. So, so now we have about 400 staff in Malaysia. So, okay, some of our key projects are basically, we did this MyTech. We don't do the roof, but we do the underlayment waterproofing under the roof cladding. Okay? Then in Ulu Jalai Hydropower Dam, we supply a lot of graniting product, refurbishment product, repair product, concrete product. And ICT Mall Phase 2, we actually supply the waterproofing membrane on the basement. So the initial specification was crystalline admixture in a 1.2 meter deep concrete. So after the presentation to Tan Sri, so he straight away changed to a membrane system. Okay, then Robert Bosch, we supply the rooftop car park. Factory, this one basically we did about 80,000 meters square of supply tile adhesive for the entire factory. And monorail, basically all the sealants. Okay, actually before, when I got the 30 minutes presentation, I was thinking, what topic should I share with you all? So I was cracking my head, so I think best to share with you waterproofing and roofing success, preventing failure from design specification to execution. So basically, consequences of waterproofing and roofing failure, you will cause structural damage, aesthetic, very ugly, don't know whether it's safe or not. Then high repair costs, property value drop. Now our Facebook, internet, wow, very king one. Good, people never say. Bad, chin tong gai. Everyone will know. Huh? Then, of course, the reputation, not only on the developer, to architects, to supplier, also will be affected. So, how to prevent waterproofing failures? Basically, there will be 5 key criteria. The first one will be design. So, consultant, architects, QS play a very major role. And also supplier like us, we have to recommend, know our product, know your design, understand your design, then we will recommend the correct system for you. Then the second basically will be the substrate to receive the waterproofing product. This one basically under the main con and applicator responsibility. But to consultant and supplier like us, if we visit the site, there is any issue, it's good to highlight to them or stop their work for proper application. Number 3 will be material selection, of course consultant and supplier. Number 4 will be the application, basically the main contractor, the applicator responsibility. And the 5th one will be weather lah. This one we talk to God. Huh? So, design, based on this BS6229 standard, the recommended 4 will be 1 to 80, but I know in Malaysia, normal practice 1 to 100, 1 to 120, but this is based on the BS standard is recommended 1 to 80. Then the second one will be BS8204 as well, split into 3 types of screening, the protective screening. You have bonded screed, then you need to be minimum 25 mm. This one, if let's say your waterproofing is a cementitious base, then you can go for 25 mm. Then we have the second one will be unbonded screed. So if unbonded screed will be those waterproofing like LAM, liquid applied waterproofing, preformed membrane, then need to be minimum 50 mm. The third one will be floating screed, whereby you have insulation. Then you need to be minimum 75 mm. Okay, based on another standard, BS6229, the unbonded screed need to be 65 mm. So to me, I feel the thicker the better lah. But normally main contractor, they will go as thin as possible lah, to save cost. Okay? Then also you need to have control shrinkage crack, the taufu gap we call it, at maximum 3 meter by 3 meter. Then you have to fill it in with sealants. And then the timing of the cutting is also very important. Then the screed, you need to be 1 to 3 cement sand screed. Okay? But the issue is in Malaysia, I see a lot of time they don't really follow the 1 to 3. Some they try to use at 1 to 6, so that can save cost. Okay. Okay. So another we see also some problems is basically design problem. The screed have to be cast to 4. The slab has to be cast to 4. The screed also have to cast to 4. Gutter design, make sure sufficient gutter and sufficient outlet. I've been to a site about the roof will be about 3,000 meters square, and I only can spot 8 outlets. I don't know where the water go. Okay, this one will be also very familiar. Surface look good, but then if you hack it out when there's problem, it's actually insufficient thickness, and then not proportion cement and sand ratio. So what can you do, or what can we recommend? What can I sell? Basically, you can go for a pre-back screed, a Sika's floor 137 screed. This one, main contractor just have to add water. Then you get a consistent, good comprehensive strength of 20 Newton, consistent quality, time saving, convenient to handle, minimize cracking when applied at the correct thickness and properly cured. So, other than screeding, you can also go for different kind of concept. You can go for pavers as protective coating. So pavers alternative to cement and sand protective screed. So basically here, there is a good waterproofing product. Then we use pedestal to hold your pavers on top. So Elmich product. Okay. Then also now also there's a requirement for insulation roof or insulated roof to achieve a U value or not for heavy roof not more than 0.6, for light roof not more than 0.4. So there are different kind of build up. So choosing the right waterproofing system for insulated roof is crucial. Not all waterproofing is suitable. So another alternative to reduce the U value, basically you can go for green roof, blue roof. You know blue roof? You all know what is blue roof? Basically tank your water on the roof lah. And green blue roof, that means you plant and also at the same time retain water. Okay? So these are our products from Elmich. So the second one will be substrate, ambient temperature, moisture content, relative humidity, substrate temperature and dew point is very important during the application of, especially for liquid applied membrane. If not, it will peel off, the bonding is not good, waterproofing failure. So the third one will be material. Suitable material property to different location usage. We need to know whether you need root resistance, is it trafficable usage or non-trafficable usage, is it compatible or is it insulated or not insulated roof. So in Sika or basically other brand also, roofing solution is basically divided into two major categories. We have the preform membrane and the liquid applied membrane. The preform membrane basically is prefabricated in the factory, so you get a very consistent thickness. Liquid applied membrane basically is just like a paint on, but with waterproofing properties like elongation, tensile, what else? Properties. Okay. Then, yeah. So I only elaborate on liquid applied membrane. So if you look at there are many range of product. So how do you choose? Okay, sorry. For this kind of roof, where to use liquid applied and what to use a preform membrane. So basically on the right, use preform membrane because it's very straightforward roof. Huh? On left. Okay. On the whereby you have a lot of detailings, basically you have to go for liquid applied lah. So under liquid applied, there is also cold applied and a hot applied system. So the difference is cold applied, you just like paint on, you open the tin or the pail, you mix it properly, then you roll onto the surface. Hot applied, basically, I'm not sure whether have you heard spray polyurethane, spray PU, spray hybrid waterproofing product. Basically, it's a two to three component. They have to preheat the material, then they use a special equipment to spray the waterproofing. Once it's sprayed, within seconds, it will cure. So yeah, so all these waterproofing basically have many chemical base. We have polyurethane, PMMA, acrylic, polyurethane, and polyester. So different, different raw material will have different pricing. So advantages of liquid applied membrane basically is seamless, no joints, then no overlapping lah. And also easy application. That is applicable for the cold applied one component cold applied one. So there are so many types. How to determine the different technology and which to choose. So let me share with you some of the main characteristic or properties that you should look into. So who don't have a phone here? You want to sponsor? So when we buy phone, we always look at the specification, correct? So same thing, waterproofing, you also need to look at the specification. So there are so many properties, which one to look? Basically it's all this solid content, very important. Tensile, elongation, working time and workability, UV resistance, whether you need or not, and the fire behavior. So solid content. When we apply liquid applied, is in a wet film. When if let's say when it's either a water-based or solvent-based product, it will those solvent or water, it will evaporate out. Then you will get a dry film thickness. So the higher the solid content, the thicker the dry film thickness. Low solid content will give you a thinner dry film thickness. So I have a few products here. We have Cicalastic 870, 583, 612, 632, 590. If you look at the solid content of 99%, that means those are two component spray one. Those lower than 99% is basically a cold applied material. So how do we calculate the dry film thickness? Basically, dry film thickness equals to wet film thickness times volume of the solid. So example 632R, our solid content by volume is 82%. So normally in our specification, we will recommend a two-course application of 0.6 kg per meter square. So total is 1.2. Then you will get, based on the formulation, you will get a 0.9 mm. Okay? So now the second characteristic will be tensile strength. Basically, amount of pressure the coating can withstand before it breaks. So tensile strength dictates the bonding, crack bridging, and fatigue resistance. So rule of thumb, tensile strength of concrete is equivalent to 10% of compressive strength, 10% of the compressive strength of the concrete. So if let's say I specify or engineer specify a grade 30 concrete, the tensile strength of the concrete is 3 Newton per mm squared. Okay. So So if so the waterproofing coating tensile strength must be higher than the concrete tensile strength. So scenario 1, waterproofing coating tensile strength less than the concrete tensile strength. So for this product, basically the waterproofing tensile strength is 1.7 Newton per mm squared. Apply on the concrete of grade 30, tensile strength of 3 Newton per mm squared. So when the new cracks on concrete, the cracks will open, the waterproofing cracks, then waterproofing failure, water enters the substrate and leakage because the waterproofing tensile is lower than your concrete. Okay? So scenario 2, with a tensile strength of the waterproofing of 4 Newton, when there is crack open, waterproofing maintains its continuity and protect the structure. So here is our, again I'll show you the tensile strength of a few of our products. So yeah, if you look at the last one, the Cicalastic 590, our product tensile strength is 1.7 Newton per mm squared. That's the reason why some of our product or some of our competitor product will add in the fiber reinforcement to enhance the tensile strength of the product. Okay. Then this one, rain resisting and working time is also very important. Basically this one is more applicable for main contractor and applicator. So this Cicalastic 632 got a 1 hour rain resistant. So basically, if let's say it rains, it will not affect by the rain. So for example here, this one on working time, Cicalastic 632 for example, the minimum, because it's applied layer by layer, so you will have to wait for 3 hours, then you can apply the subsequent coating. Then drying, this one drying time or the full curing actually, when can you do ponding test? So after 3 hours you can do, normally 24 hours already you can do the ponding test. Whereas Cicalastic 110, which is the PU bitumen, basically you have to wait 2 days, then only you can do ponding test. But I believe a lot of sites, the next day they do ponding test. So this also will affect the performance of the waterproofing at the end. So the fourth one will be application. Must be approved applicator with product know-how and proper equipment for application. Must be well-trained applicator, equipment and technical know-how how to do the waterproofing product. So the last one will be weather. The weather is often unpredictable, but with proper planning and management, success is achievable. So this is my end of the slide. The right choice today will let you sleep easy for the next 10 years or more. Because waterproofing is normally 10 years warranty. Yeah. But I'm hoping for a 5 years warranty instead. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Any questions?
Any question from the floor? Okay. Oh yeah.
Yes, sir. Don't give me difficult question.
Just now your PU, you said
PU.
2 days before you do the bonding test.
Depends on what kind of PU. From Sika, we have this IQ technology. It's using the technology from sealant. So you can do the bonding test after 24 hours.
What if I use on top of a roof, concrete roof?
That
means you need to protect it from the rain.
No, for 632R, basically, or some product after 12 hours, basically the surface already cured. But you need to make sure the full chemical curing of the product before any bonding test.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions from the floor?
I ask.
Yes.
Because Belajar means chocolate, so I have to ask questions. Really? So what is your recommendation to do the bonding test? How many days of bonding test? How you conduct the inspection? And also, do you calculate the evaporation rate during the bonding test?
Evaporation rate, I don't think so it's feasible to do. because of, you know, you cannot, it's actually you will evaporate, the water will evaporate. So in Malaysia, there isn't any standard like I need to pond for either 24 hours or 48 hours or 72 hours. There's no standard. So normally we will recommend in between 24 to 48 days ponding test. So about 24 to 48 hours. I said days. Sorry. Zao lo the main con. What else? Then about repair. How do we do repair? It depends on what kind of waterproofing product. So if let's say there is leaking, toilet for example, if let's say concrete cracks, then have to do injection. If let's say the waterproofing failure, then have to reapply the waterproofing before you put any screening or finishing on top. Yeah. So normally for toilets, the failure that we normally see is at the downpipe, the angle fillet there. Any other question? I give chocolate.
Alright, so in that case, I would like to thank Ms. Leo again from
Thank
Kimia. And then if any of the members have a round of applause, if any of the members have further questions, you may ask direct to Ms. Leo or Ms. Inter. Alright, so in the meantime, if you guys want to have some coffee, you can straight away help yourself. But I will definitely proceed with our final speaker of the day. Please join me in welcoming Architect Von Kot Leong. He is the Director of MBA's Architects Member Hut, founding President of Malaysia Green Building Council, and a leading advocate for sustainability and ESG in the built environment. His presentation is titled How ESG Can Be Building and Construction Industry, covering best practices in green design, SDG goals, life cycle assessment, resource management, and stakeholder engagement. Please again have a round of applause on welcoming Architect Von.
Thank you, good afternoon. I didn't really promise to speak so much, right? Because I said a lot of things, but I'll be concentrating on ESG, okay? The simple reason is that because it's a very new topic, and I wasn't originally impressed by having to go into that until it came to my project back in 2017. So at the time, we were asked to look into some of the things to help the client. I'll run through that building in a short while. But I think many of you have heard about ESG, what it is, and the kind of things. I would assume that we'll start from very basic first, let you guys know a little bit. Then my second part of my slides will talk about in construction, and then I use my building to show some of the things. Actually, there's not really a lot to show, but a lot of new information. Okay. The word ESG stands for these three words. Okay, the abbreviation stands for these three words: environmental, social, and governance. For a long period of time, we have been doing many things on the social and governance part. Companies report, annual report, the kind of things always cover these two. But since about 2012 or so, there's a pattern for people to go into the E part, partly because of the way that the funds are moving around the world. You know, fund givers and people lending money want to make sure that they don't get backlash if they do not ask for environmental things. So because of that, the E came into being. As a G part, most of you would have done yourself. If you run a company, you would know what it is, the social part and governance part. But when combined all together, as a G part also has evolved. I'll take you through that. So one of the first few things you think about ESG is actually a disruptor. I put this word on top because to me it is actually a disruptor. Why is it a disruptor? Because it changes the way we do things. The changes the way we practice architecture also. At the same time too, it is quite interesting in the sense that suddenly you realize that there are so many things you should have thought about, or at the time I thought I should have thought about. But it comes naturally. It's a game changer. A disruptor and game changer means that those who don't do it would most likely in future years will not be so prominent in the market. Ethical impact. This is about how people want to invest. Let's say let's say you're selling some shares or go IPO, or you're looking for private equity. People want to know what they get out of you. So it is actually on the investments. And the rest of it, you more or less know about it. The bottom one is CSR, corporate social responsibility. It was the forerunner before ESG. What is the difference? The main difference is actually very simple. I used to have a client who every year throw in 1 million to CSR. You use it to clean drains, clear up, anything, even save pet cats, kind of thing, all sorts of things. And they would do a 1-day event, let's say on a Saturday like today, they would say go to anywhere like Gurney Drive, clean up the thing, or Prangin Mall, Prangin Canal, clean up the thing, or in Kuala Lumpur, go to somewhere, Bukit Nanas there, pick up rubbish. But after that, the impact gone. Comes to Sunday, nobody remember. Then wait for Monday, the newspaper to come out, everybody will print out the headlines or that particular page, pin it on the company wall. See, we spend money to do this CSR. What's the impact? The rubbish came back on Monday, right? Right? So this is CSR. But some good CSR are useful even now. For example, they help old folks home. They help those orphanages kind of things, long term, which is good. LCA, life cycle assessment. I've talked about this during my talks on GBI, on the life cycle assessment, how we handle it, how we learn about it, what do we look for, kind of things in building materials, and the triple bottom line, profit, planet, and environment, all these other things, right? And accountability. So basically, it's about ESG is about global shared values, the one in yellow part, global shared values. It's also talking about long term. It's not just you do CSR, clean up Bukit Nanas, that's it, next day, rubbish again. It's not that. Those no longer apply. Those no longer can be recognized. Okay, you got to talk thing long term. And global shared values, this is a very good topic, especially in the current geopolitical situation. People talk, let's say we share values, they kind of thing, but they end up still fighting. But that is beyond us. It is much wider scope than SDG. Now you all heard about SDG, right? Sustainable Development Goals. Let's run through what they are like. But SDGs represents just the goals. Means the 17 SDGs the world, United Nations created, is all the same, apply for everybody, but it's only the goals. And the way it is written is always very short sentences, I think. That is to allow you guys to moderate it when it comes to the objectives. Later on, I'll show you what it is. ESG clarifies bigger, a much wider scope, methods, processes, reporting. And most importantly, ESG at the bottom there applies to community, business community, and companies. SDG can be, you can pick it up as an individual or an NGO, can do things. ESG, company related, okay? Now, you see this one as 17 SDG goals. Everybody know about it. Why 17? Why such a prime number? It is actually a very long story. But they came up to 17 because almost everybody else look at it. If you give it too many, then it cannot work. And some countries tend to be favored. So they, to be fair, they wipe out those favoritism and come up with this 17. Okay? Now you can Google this one. Almost every slide in my deck here are obtained from a few websites. They have damn good slides, very good graphics. Okay, I think Prem should learn from them also. Very good graphics. So because of that, they can actually use it worldwide to show people. Okay, now as I said, SDG consists of these three words only. What is the goal? The 17 goals, and out of each goal is broken down into targets. Okay, and from each target, they got indicator. Means indicator is a performance indicator. How you meet those targets, and therefore satisfying the goals. Okay? You always come back to this, remember, goals, targets, and indicators. Now, environment, ESG talk about shared value. Now, when it comes to the creation of shared value, it actually consists of these two things, the market, the society, and then action. The last one is action. No point talking, do nothing. Okay? So therefore, this is actually very action-oriented by companies and so forth. But it's all talking about shared values. In other words, they do understand there is a huge diversity throughout the world. Every topic you bring up, there's diversity. In any area of human endeavor, there's a lot of diversity. So how do we bring everybody back to have a common shared value? It is not easy. It's not easy. And later on, I'll show you a little bit on how it comes into construction. It is also not easy. But anyway, let's try. Okay, these are the three things. Market, potential, policy action, and society demands. Okay. Now, to really look into how the ESG work, for companies, remember I told you, SDG can be, you can apply as an individual, or an NGO can apply SDG goals. But ESG is basically company performance. Okay? So they come up with these 5 corporate sustainability characteristics. Is the first ESG, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like I told you, all these slides, the graphics come from those few websites. Okay, 1, principal business. What does that mean? Don't know. Got to look deeper, right? That's what I did. Got to go deeper, what the hell it means, right? 2nd, strengthening society. Wow, talk big. Talk big, huh? Everybody talk about strengthening society. Every government say something, right? 3rd one, leadership commitment. Yeah, the leadership talk a lot. Well, what do they do, right? Reporting progress. What do you want me to report? And the last one is local action. This is where construction is. Okay? To me, after running through all these and attending some of these ESG talk in Australia, I was in Australia for a period of time to listen to this. A lot of them are actually still hot air until the last part. You do what you can do. Then they suddenly realize, oops, it's not easy. Okay, let's look at them one by one. Principal business. They talk about there are 10 principles that ESG must, in business, that is principal business that must comply with: human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption. Means that for any business, you must concentrate in broad form these 4 areas. You can see how diverse they are. How diverse. Environment and anti-corruption is already quite diverse by itself. Labor, human rights are quite close, but they're actually extremely diverse. And then some guy come up with this diagram. It took me some time, a few years back in the 2017-18, to understand what this is. So human rights is given by the symbol equal sign, human rights. Labor is this one. Looks more like a part of Union Jack. 3rd one, environment, okay, seawater. Anti-corruption, what's this? Is this a handcuff or? Right? But, so what they say is that I'm going to take all the SDG goals and I'm going to find out how and each one of them goes into these 4. Human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption, right? So when they put it together, they come out like this. See, on the top left, you can see that. Human rights, environment, labor, anti-corruption, right? So some guy will do up this chart into these 4 colors. And they explain to you what they are, which is quite good. Okay? So almost all of them has a relationship to one, and a few of them only got a relationship to the environment. Some of them got multiple. So in other words, if you're a company, if you want to satisfy these ESG requirements, you target those that you can easily achieve, that you're already starting doing something like that. And you must also cover all 4 of these categories, right? So you pick a particular SDG. Let's say I pick 17, partnership for the goals. It is everybody volunteer. Okay, I partnership for the goals, but without realizing the involvement in it. Okay, but partnership for the goals is one of the easiest cake to eat, okay. A lot of it is also hot air. I pledge only, right? But later on, when I say it will come down to action, there's a problem. Okay? So the whole idea is that if you are a corporate body and if you are a member of the Bursa Malaysia, you are in trouble. Because Bursa Malaysia is the first body in the whole country to impose on all listed companies initially above a certain market capitalization. Let's say 1B and above. You must do this, I give you 5 years to satisfy this. Then COVID came. Yeah? Then everybody don't know what to do. Then after that, Bursa says, I'm going to revive this, right? Now I'm going to make sure that everybody inside the thing, regardless of capitalization, must do this. Yeah? So then, now here's where we are. Okay? So therefore, it is actually quite a good thing and a bad thing that it started with Bursa Malaysia, because worldwide, the stock markets are also the ones demanding it, right? In whether it's Japan, Australia, or even United States or England, the stock markets are the one insisting that companies listed in the stock market comply with ESG. But they allow you the freedom to choose which of these you want to comply with. Sure, everybody choose the one they're already doing a little bit, so that it's easier to achieve one, right? So therefore, it is a compliance in that sense that will affect you, but most of us as architects, we are not involved like that, not involved. Okay, second one, strengthening society. Talk about support society goals. Or all these things. What do you mean by support society goals? Who determines the goals, right? So again, come back to your federal government and local government, what they want to do. So therefore, if let's say you have a state government who wanted to do certain things, and the company wants to score this point in the reporting system of ESG, you support it. Okay, as broad as that. Can you imagine how broad this is? It's extremely broad. Like somebody says, oh, I like to introduce healthy living, great cycling lanes. Penang, very common, right? So if you contribute towards that scenario, then you would likely achieve certain points in there. Now, who determines these points and who writes the report? This is the part that whereby the whole ESG pie can collapse in one go. Right now, worldwide, the people who write all these ESG reports belong to many of the accounting firms. Right? They are the ones who write this report because they're already doing SG. You know, in a company report, the auditor report, all has all these things. So when they were starting to write ESG, they know nothing about E, you know. You ask all your accounting firms how much they know about E, environmental. They can talk to you about how you should run your board, your board of directors, how you do all this governance, kind of things. But they don't know E, right? Or very little know, very few of them know E, environmental. So what do? They cook up something. Japan was a classic case. They at that time they're not Japanese, pseudo Japanese here. They are very disciplined, Japanese people but they have this problem. You know, the story goes, this is a story. Yeah? The story goes that they wanted to so deeply involved in ESG, but they are not worried about S or G. They only worry about E. But then again, in Japan, there are many environmental groups, right? But they are very specific. Those who are only interested in fisheries, only interested in fisheries. Those interested in the Mount Fuji glacial ice coverage, only interested in Mount Fuji ice coverage, right? There's nobody who can actually do multiple environmental issues, right? You cannot get the guy who's the NGO who is very good at Mount Fuji ice level to handle fisheries, unrelated, right? So they have a very innovative way. They call all these people, pay them money, create a report. You know, Australia followed. Australian Stock Exchange followed, and Australia luckily have a lot of people who can blow really hot air. So they come up with a report. I read the report. It's very impressive. A lot of diagrams and things. I read the report. I said, I think we can do better. Malaysians also can blow a lot of hot air. You know, but the structure of the report that these two countries have done became the copy for us to copy from. Okay, became almost a standard for us to copy from. So therefore, if you want to do any report for any company, none of us will do. Architects, we don't do one. But you want to do an ESG report, you pick up an Australian one, you do quite well. Yeah, Australian report on any of the listed companies. Okay. Now, leadership. Top money, start from here. You got to define a policy, define a target. Yeah, remember you got a goal, right? You define a target. What is it you want to achieve? You know, can be anything. Then you implement it, measure it, communicate, and assess and put into the report. Simple. Right? I mean, this is one of the problems that ESG faces. The interpretation can be so wide. You know, country by country, region by region, within a country, also got a lot of problems. But anyway, this is quite interesting. This one, leadership commitment. It doesn't mean that your prime minister will tell you, you must walk with the left foot first. Yeah? You cannot walk with the right foot, everybody follow her. No, it's not that. But it's about the leadership in your company. In your company, say, okay, I want to make sure that all my staff has fresh water free. Then the rest of the cycle starts. Okay? Simple like that. So it starts with simple tasks. You try not to get complicated. If you try to get complicated, you yourself cannot achieve anything. Okay? Reporting, this is the part. The British has this reporting method also is quite interesting, which Bursa Malaysia followed. The FTSE for free kind of thing. Bursa Malaysia followed on the reporting guide. It is quite well structured, but again, there is no like the Japanese and the Australia, there's no fixed way. Let's say, for example, you don't really have a way to tell people how you will have to pass your Form 5 exam. Remember, very structured, right? So that applies GCE, my time GCE, O-level, apply worldwide. Whether you're sitting the exam in Kenya or Malaysia or London, same paper. That's done. Okay, that's done. Okay, local action. This is where some fun happen in construction industry. That's where we come from. Of course, I'll still touch on a little bit on the ESG introduction in a while, but this is where we are hitting. Okay. Now, if you look at ESG, when you look at the structure of the way of reporting, they always refer to your action, what you want to do. Okay. Let's say we divide our construction industry on the left, all these sectors are design, building, construction, community, environment, into these few areas, right? Then you are almost there, you almost cover everything already. And try not to be too funny. You make it too wide, you also have a problem complying. Then what are the attributes? The attributes means the things you can target, you can do, put really action on. The one on the left hand side is just general areas. The one on the right hand side, like you can talk about for design, you talk about green buildings, innovations, clean energy. Example, there are many others. For building materials, the life cycle assessment, right? Responsible consumption, recyclability. On the right hand side, all these attributes are found in the SDGs. Okay? Right? Construction, you talk about work safety, IBS, waste reduction, quality, resilient workforce, equal opportunity. It can be as wide as from IBS to equal opportunity. Equal opportunity means equal opportunity for women and minority races. Okay? Community, you talk about climate action, all these are circular economy, CSR, TBL, community builder. Environment, it's a classic case, covers everything. So, in the construction industry, if you really want to target ESG compliance, you pick the few areas that you can do. Let's say, for example, green buildings. Green buildings is the easiest way to enter ESG reporting for construction company, for construction field, because it has many of the attributes of green buildings that we know, like say GBI. You know me, I come from GBI background, so at the time there's no ESG. But after that, when we match the ESG, the matrix, everything almost applies, means it qualifies for everything. Okay? Now IBS is also down there, and so on and so forth. So let's say you're a construction company, you do green buildings, you're almost there. You do equal opportunity, then also have to few SDG scales. Life cycle assessment, the same. You can already start reporting. And best thing, you don't have to report on everything. Okay, you just pick 3, 4. You already satisfied quite a few goals. Okay, now these are some of the SDGs in construction industry. Not limited to these 8, but these 8 SDGs covers the construction industry quite a lot of percentage. SDG 12. Responsible consumption and production. In other words, less waste. Okay. SDG 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. We are already in there, right, for us. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. Now this one talk about your equal opportunity kind of thing. Economic growth, because building construction industry in Malaysia provides 16% of our total country's GDP. Okay, so it's a huge multiplier. It also employs a lot of people. Affordable and clean energy, there you are. We already talked about building efficiency, EE, and your BEI. You remember all those things? Yeah. Clean water sanitation. Your building already has a water thing already, water savings. Good health and well-being. This is a bit different. This is like, for example, your indoor environment quality, and so on and so forth. Sustainable cities, we are at the forefront. Okay. Partnerships for the goals. Now this one I told you, everybody said do this, very easy. Anti-corruption some more. Okay, for goodness sake, I tell you something. Out of the 17 SDG goals, you ask the first question. I ask the first question, where does anti-corruption fit in? How would you fit in, right? Anti-corruption. So this one was one of the easiest. What it means to say is that whenever you enter a contract with anybody, make sure it's fair. It doesn't mean that AMLA comes in, or they are not interested in AMLA. As I said, They only talk about be fair. Be fair, so that no third party loses out. Let's say I deal with you and he loses out. Hey, not right. That kind of thing. That kind of conscientiousness. Okay? But how many businessmen do that? You tell me. But anyway, that's not important. That's by other stage, yeah. Okay, so partnerships for goals, we are already automatically doing it ourselves. Your building contract, that you have the client to run through with the contractor, your tender form, everything. And then your own fee proposal, also the same, right? Of course, there's some level of competition is expected, right? Okay, now, Bursa Malaysia, I told you, has demanded that companies listed must report, okay? So the current, in Malaysia, the current assessment is like this, we find that out of the 17 goals, the red ones are having major challenges, difficulty in compliance by all those listed companies, right? What are they? Number 10. Number 2, okay, zero hunger. I also find that surprising. Okay, for example, what's so difficult? Until you read, later on I introduce you to a new document, until you read the document, you realize how bad Malaysia is. Okay, Malaysia is not the worst. There are many, many below us. Okay, so these are the current situation where the green one is the only one that people the companies can pledge and do. Okay. Okay. Now this one, SDG roadmap for this is phase 2. Phase 1 was 5 years before this. Okay. In phase 1, the dream was very big. Now phase 2 a bit more realistic. Okay. Our Prime Minister at the United Nations General Assembly in 2023 says the 2023 SDG report, every country produces one, has confirmed that we, Malaysia, are falling behind. Okay? And with nearly a third of the targets either at the state of inertia or worse, regressing. Okay? So he boldly said so. What's that? Yeah. And we are not the worst. There are other first world countries that are far worse than us. But don't compare, we do ourselves better first. Okay? And you all think that Australia very far ahead? Sorry, the real picture is far from it. Okay? United Kingdom, the same.
What about US under the Trump administration?
Okay, we are waiting for the first Trump report. We're waiting for that. I haven't seen it because maybe nobody wants that to share. You don't talk about equality, has gone already, right? Could be, yeah. Equality is gone, right? It's equality. He's talk about environmental issues, he started what they call drilling, Okay, this document you can Google it. This document is a few hundred pages long. It's amazing data from many ministries, and I enjoy reading through this book because it actually at least tell me that somebody's looking. Somebody's looking at the country. Okay, and we have this. Malaysia, every country has a voluntary national review, VNR. Our 2025 one just came out recently in April, and this was the 5 pillars that was established in the first phase. That our 5 pillars in Malaysia, each country has their own way of doing their things. Malaysia one, 5 pillars is pillar 1, people. Pillar 2, prosperity. 3 is planet. 4 is peace. 5, partnership. Everybody do much the same. But it's actually your emphasis on which one you want inside each one of them. Okay? Some people, for example, they might say health. Number 3, health is more important than poverty, because they really don't have poverty. Let's say some country, so they move up and down that cycle, that ladder. So you target yourself. Then when it comes to companies, the same. You can adopt the same. And then you just pick one from each one. You do a report. Nobody say you're wrong. Okay? There's no examination board to say that you are wrong. Okay? Okay, give you some example. SDG 3, health, healthy lives. I just pick up this one, just to show you. Malaysia has not been improving for the last 50, 70 years. Okay? Maternal mortality. 5 years ago I was surprised. Now I look at it, I'm also still surprised. Why? It says maternal mortality. Okay, on the left is SDG target. 3.1 is referring to this one. Global maternal mortality. One of the Malaysia's indicators is that maternal mortality ratio per 100,000 live births. We are targeting 20, means for a long period of time, 20 women out of 100,000 die of childbirth. Really? You know, that bad? You know, I thought it's zero. Seriously. Because of our small country, easy access to health hospital, not that far away. Even the most ulu also not that ulu, you know, compared to other countries. But still very high, you know. Malaysia is one of the highest. Sorry to say. What are all the guides and people doing? Very high. Okay. So this is one example. So as a hospital, you have to do your SDG, right? Your country's target is like that, right? So I said, okay, over the next 5 years in this hospital, I pledge the maternal mortality is 5, not 20 lah. To be 0 is almost impossible, right? It's 5. Then you achieve it. Now, after that, you declare 5. Now you have to work out how you're going to do it. More surgeons, better health care, you know, longer stay in hospital, that kind of thing. You allow them without charging more to the women. You know? So therefore, this is classic example for hospitals to declare. The country says 20, I want to do better, you got to be 5. But if you aim for, country says 20, you do 30, you don't comply. You cannot be worse than the country's target, right? So it's so easy, you know, so easy. So you choose the most, the most worst data, how should I say, most worst data the country has and do better, okay? Okay, this one. This is, I got many, but I chose these two about women, not because of anything, but actually it just shows how far are we. This is talking about full participation in and equal opportunities for women. Yeah? Women at all levels of decision making, 30%. 30%. If I'm a listed company, I say no, I'm going to appoint 40% of women in my board and higher management as women. Posts are given to women. Not difficult, but right now already happening, right? So you say, I want to put this. That guy who write a report will write for you. Every year, okay, you are in 2018, number of women, number of people in the board and high managerial positions is 100. You are less than that. You only got 10, not so good, 10 women. Then 2019, 15, 2020, 20, you're improving. The moment they see the pattern improving, you're already scoring. Understand? Easy, Then you tell Pam. Tell Pam. We want this, no? Currently, how many women in the Pam Council? 4 out of? Yeah, a bit below, right?
Out of 26.
A bit below, yeah. So I say, okay, Pam wants to do ESG. Pick this one. Undefined genders not counted. Okay. So therefore, it's actually not difficult. You go to a typical Chinaman company, got problem. Right? But you say, no, I want to be progressive. You know, I want to satisfy. This is one of the easiest also. Right? Okay, this one. Sustainable consumption. Proportion of public listed company published in the report, 100%. You see this? In other words, what it means is that encourage companies, large companies, to adopt sustainable practices. Everybody say they adopt 100%. Listed companies not difficult, 100%. But in reality, you think what? So whoever wrote this one, obviously not in the corporate world. But anyway, you want to achieve this one, you have to score this one, no point. Already 100%, don't waste time, right? Okay, now I want to talk a little bit more about this one. ESG disclosure. The fact that why ESG took a long time to receive worldwide participation is because of this. Talking about trying to implement fair judging. Fair judging. Look at PAM. Each time we judge competition, we also have a lot of complaints. Right? So imagine these people, even worse. You know. So therefore, when it comes to this kind of situation, it always favors those who talk loudest and whose skin is whiter than white. So in order for us to progress, we over years we have to change the red to green, right? Currently, our situation is not good. That's why Prime Minister announced this. We are not doing because of inertia and because of lack of knowledge on how to do these things. Okay? And these are only about Bursa listed companies. For those non-Bursa listed, worse. Because there's no need, worse, right? So I was thinking, if my firm were to report, most likely almost all red also. Because you start off red, everybody start off red, we are very close to start.
Why is the sum so wide, some so
Okay, it's a range of the item within the E, let's say E, the range of, there are many items within E, because I couldn't string it into equal. So in other words, environmental issues are more compared to the rest, right? So that's the purpose of the chart, okay?
the governance seems to be very consistent with
Yeah.
the rate coming all the way down.
Yeah, means that on the right-hand side of the governance are the difficult items that even the large companies cannot comply. Okay?
Even here also, general reporting practices.
Correct.
One whole strip of.
Yeah, correct. So these are the activities, actually individual activities, very detailed activities that people cannot comply. Or like, for example, you look at the biodiversity. Yeah, even the easy ones, the hard ones also cannot. So our country's duty is to make this one green, more green than red. You will not be able to achieve 100%. But this reporting, you compare future years later, you look back and see where we're going. And then Prime Minister can announce, yeah, we are moving in the right direction. Right now it's not. It's almost an embarrassment. If let's say you are foreign, BlackRock, you want to invest in Malaysia, you look at this, cannot. How to buy your company, all like that one, right? By the way, BlackRock had a fund to invest in ASEAN, not just Malaysia, ASEAN countries, to help them achieve their own ESG level. The fund was some huge figure, billion, B. The guy who told me, I said, hey, I can help you. Give me some funds, I help you. The fellow said, I look at the Malaysia's performance. Want to give also cannot give. Because you guys are so far away, so far from them. Okay, I give you RM1. I expect you to become ESG compliant in 1 year. You take 10 years, so I cannot invest 10 ringgit. I must do somewhere else. So in terms of ASEAN, Malaysia is not even the worst. Okay. Okay. Now this is also quite interesting. This is inside the country report. The disclosures on specific environmental indicators. Dark blue means didn't achieve. Light blue means achieve. So you look at it, the dark blue bar, POP is a persistent organic pollutants. Almost no company, very little, a little bit at the top there. Almost very little company actually declared that their environment here would consider removing persistent organic pollutants. Means, I showed this to one engineer. I said, okay, POP is one of them. The other one is HAP, the hazardous air pollutants. So I showed one engineer, hey, our GBI IEQ, we thought that we are pushing companies or people do that, right? Answer like that, done more. But these are listed companies. Okay? So on the right hand side there, POP, persistent organic pollutants in water. See that on the right hand side? All this dark blue. So in terms of their reporting, they are not reporting means they are doing nothing. So that's a problem we have in this country. Next one. Disclosure on specific S&G. Okay. CEO pay ratio, they are not even telling you. Okay, what is CEO pay ratio? Pay ratio means they take an average of the lowest worker and the CEO. What's the ratio? Yeah, it can be few 1,000% difference, no problem. But even that also they're not reporting. Okay? Yeah. Employee wages paid, no problem, they can do that. Injury rate, okay, no problem. Board, gender diversity, they have to report anyway. So this is about reporting. Okay, next one. Climate and the TCFD. TCFD stands for the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. This is about financial reporting. Okay, so you can see some of them, like for example, carbon pricing. They're not reporting. Why? Why they're not reporting? Because not many are involved in it. Only a few companies are involved in it. You know, and yet, if you want to be green, this is a simple area to get involved as a listed company, lah. Okay. Okay, this is the last of the figures. Okay, nature-related biodiversity. Board oversight means that the board doesn't even know what the company is doing, in terms of this topic. There are nature-related KPIs. So all these are not reported because they didn't do. Not because they don't want to report. They didn't do, so cannot score. Okay. So the findings say the following. 1, 2, 3. The last one is most important. That the Securities Commission should reaffirm and clearly define its objectives for corporate ESG reporting. Bursa see this as an opportunity for them to have a larger budget, to employ more people, to tell you what to do when you already know what to do, but they don't know how to tell you what you have not done. So my client, the bank, came to us, came to talk to me and said that, hey, you're a green guy, right? So can you help us in this? I said, what? Don't know. What is it? Then he said, oh, part of the corporate thing, board thing, they are listed company. They need to do this up and running when the building is complete because they believe that the building will contribute to the writing of the ESG report easier. I said, wow, this is additional pressure, But anyway, because we talk quite frequently on many other things, so we're quite friendly. And that's why I say, as architect, one of the things I experienced, I was quite empathetic to the problem. I understood the problem, but I don't know how to solve. Really, you understand? Oh, I see, okay, I know. I don't know how to solve. But if I've not been empathetic to them, they would not have gone so far or do so many things that we recommended. So as architect, you are in a very unique situation. People say you go to your online, everybody is an influencer. Almost 9 out of 10 are nonsense. I got my friend's daughter tell me that her daughter is influencer. I said, can she influence you or not? I said no. So why can she be declared as an influencer, right? But when it comes to our profession seriously, architects are influencers. We influence so many things. Like this morning we talk about codes, right? We influence the industry. We influence all the companies that's providing materials for this. We influence so many end users, the use of glass, end user safety, and that kind of thing. So we are actually an influencer without knowing. So I urge you guys to think about it. In future, when the client comes to you and say, hey, look, my building, because all of us deal with buildings only, my building, we need to report the investment we had in there, part of ESG report. Can you help us? Can you help us? Please say yes. First thing, you sound damn good. By agreeing to say yes, I kind of, okay, let's understand what you want. I don't know what you want. I also don't know how to answer you also, because I also don't know anything. But by agreeing to help them, it opened many doors for me. Not because of new projects, no. Opened many doors. Literally, I can walk into the boardroom and the chairman will ask me to sit down. Chairman of the board, please share with us. That's how desperate they are. But they are actually are keen to do these things. So you must be empathetic to the problems, and therefore you can help them not only solve the problems, but make yourself look like an expert, like me, like expert. Oh, talk like that, how to do it, Okay, basically I run through this. The next one is a slide, is a video. Can you play the video? One person in this room has seen this video. That person would know who he is.
The project submitted for this prestigious award is the newly completed
banking
quarter building
I wouldn't get somebody with better voice.
TRX. The new modern corporate building consists of 43 stories of office floors, and within it is a 6-story atrium designated for the new Affin Bank branch. The building has achieved a GBI Gold rating for NR and C. The GBI BA certificate was obtained on 19 January 2019, scoring 79 points. The CCC for the building was issued on 9 March 2022. With the humble aim to play a part in decarbonizing the construction industry, the project team came up with a challenge that not only shall the building be a GBI certified green building, but it must also make a conscious and deliberate attempt to target embodied carbon, health and well-being, and resources and circularity. Here are some of the selected performance of this green building. 1. OTTV value of 40.9 watts per square meter. 2. Roof view value of 0.497 watts per square meter. 3. Overall BEI value of 107.8 kilowatt hour per square meter per year. 4. Zero wastewater output. 5. Intensive rainwater harvesting system achieved without using pumps. These are supported by many other innovative active systems. Combined together, the above features helped the building to achieve an annual reduction in the emission of carbon dioxide equivalent calculated at 7,550 tons per annum.
In summary, the project has succeeded in helping to decarbonize the construction industry through tackling embodied carbon, applying life cycle assessment, meeting with World GBC's health and well-being framework principles, and alignment with resources and circularity. The team is guided by logical thinking. We start with the human component. Through the sustainable processes applied in this project, the experience the team members gain can be shared with the construction industry to rethink the supply chain, upstream and downstream, talk, collaborate and share good practices, consider the life cycle assessment for the entire project lifespan from the cradle to the grave. Think green can be scalable from the simplest activity to the most complex.
Okay, these are list of awards that we got for this job. Almost all of them are green related. Yeah, and it's quite interesting that when we participated in so many of these awards, most of the questions related to green building. But when I asked some of the judges, what about ESG? You know, no one could tell me that they needed it, which is also a symptom of the situation of the times. Okay, so these are some of the things that has achieved, and all of this can be tied back to SDG goals. Okay, like this GBI goal, the green building performance already covered a few things: passive and active innovations, embodied carbon, health and well-being, biophilia, resources, and clarity. These 6 zones. Luckily, we started from day one. So when we had a long discussion. By the way, this started in 2017. I'll talk about the MS832 in a while. This was before MS832. So when we had this group of people who came around, sit down with us, the bank side and our side, to talk about what they want to achieve and first of all understand what the issues are. So if we had started halfway or towards the end, we would not have achieved like that. You know? So we actually participated out of our own free will to do all these things. Okay, let's start with this green building performance. These are our numbers. On the right hand side, these are the goals it achieves. So if you look at it, I go into the Voluntary National Review, Malaysia's VNR. I go in there, I look at number 6, clean water and sanitation. I see what they are. Right? What the country wants to do. You hit something. Building one, you know, your clean water and sanitation is already part of it. The GBI already there, you know. Then after that, you look into the next one. The number 7 or number 9, 11 is the best, sustainable cities. You are inside a zone which is already designated as green, you know, and look at the country's requirements. You would find one that you can pick. Now, I remember I told you, goals, targets and indicators, right? Goals, you cannot change one. Whole world uses the same goals. Targets is a country's target. Some you can change, but not all you can change. But the indicators are the one that you will write yourself how you satisfy the targets. You know, by satisfying the targets, you mean the goal. You know, so in other words, you write yourself. Yeah. So therefore, when you look at this,
All these things that we did under green building actually already fall into 4 of them already. And initially, when I heard that this, I don't know how true, sounds quite stupid to me, but anyway, when the Bursa started the time, they say, okay, you just need to meet one goal, you know, one goal right in the report. I same up, okay, submitted, you know, from Bursa Malaysia. Then when we went to this, we can actually score, I told you, minimum 8 radio. So it's not that difficult. Most important in the last part, the indicators, you write yourself to how you satisfy the country's goals. You know, country's targets around that. Once you satisfy the target, you satisfy the SDG. Okay? Okay, the next one. Passive and active innovations. Proximity MRT, refrigerant leak detection, everything else already satisfied 7, 9, and 11. Okay? The next one. Embodied carbon, satisfy 9 and 12. All this to talk about LCA, use of efficient power tools on site, timely delivery of materials, all these practices you write. It's a bit like ISO. You document what you do and you do what you document. Except that this is related to environment. Okay? Then the next one is that, okay, health and well-being, already 3, 6, 8, 11, already captured. Yeah? So in other words, let's say for example, you talk about number 8, decent work and economic growth. Talk about good air quality, you know, the kind of thing you already achieved. So many. That's why I said GBI will provide you with many targets and many goals easily. Biophilia. This one we created for the fact that the company, this pre-COVID, the bank wanted much better environment for the staff to work in. Pre-COVID, no. So first of all, they look at it, density must be low in the office. They don't want to pack too many people on the same floor, first thing. Secondly, they say the environment must be flexible. They also, part of the company, the bank's requirement is that some of them do hot desking. Most are not. But wherever they are not, they need to have some areas that they can actually train the eyes away from harshness of the working environment. So pot plants posters the kind of things, you know. So therefore, all these biophilia aim for that. And the colors that our ID and us work together very hard on it is actually very early colors to make sure that the whole environment is not too harsh. Okay. So already satisfied 3, 8, and 12. And resources and clarity. This one is actually quite. This in itself already achieved your ESG reporting already. Decarbonizing the construction industry, big deal. Architect, what the hell are you talking about? Yeah, you think you're so great, architects can decarbonize the construction industry, right? As architects, this is where I told you guys, as influencer, we can come in. You know, we can pick and choose many things that lead towards this. You will not achieve it overnight. Like for example, the use of materials. Okay, okay, IBS, same, right? Anthony do a lot of IBS, same. You know, it's already part of the thing. Waste management, future proofing. Architect what are you talking about? Yeah? Are you designing a building so that in future it can become a nuclear power plant? Future proofing? No. I'm saying it will still be an office, but in future, the little tweaks you only need to do, not major changes, that the building will still function. You know, function as it grows old. Education is a classic case, which is actually number 17. Education. By the time we finish this building, the bank brought in all the subsidiaries. Oh, by the way, one more thing. The whole building was supposed to design for the bank and the subsidiaries, but the subsidiaries, many subsidiaries refused to come. Why? Rental too high. So the boss said, okay, I give you some X years, I don't know how many years. Varies from 5 to 10 years. Once your tenancy term ends there, you come here. You know, that kind of thing. Okay, I'm going to show you some of these. This is similar to what we did just now. This is only one of them. Ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Percentage of renewable energy in Malaysia declares that we must achieve from the total installed capacity is 31%, target by 2025. Means that what we're saying is that whatever TNB produces, 30%, 31% must be from renewable sources. Right? We are very far from it. We are very far from it. 31%, not possible by 2025. Not even possible by 2035. Okay? I don't know who submitted this. The guy should be hung because nobody would use this target to achieve anything. For example, how people use this target is simple. Let's say the real number is 6%. Real number 6%. Currently, the number may be, say, 5, so you're 1% short. I want to help the country aspire to achieve this percentage, right? Therefore, I make sure that all my buildings, this particular building, all use RE. You can, right? But because the number is so high, not achievable. Okay? This SDG 11, make cities safe, resilient, and sustainable. So recycle, one of them, there are many attributes on the side. On the side, there are target there many, I'll just pick a few. Recycling rate of household, 40%. Penang, how many percent? I purposely do this for Penang because I want to know how many percent Penang. If Penang far from it, the whole country no need bother. Right? Currently it's 30.7, see, baseline 2019. So you have to achieve 40%. Don't know, we don't know how it is. Okay. Towards the end of my slides already. As I said, be empathetic, show some leadership, and you become relevant. Right? Otherwise, other people will come in, I name them, project managers, accountants, all these people will come in. Those people who do ISO will come in and take over your job. You sit down at your CCM, bank table. Architect, I want you to change this material to this. Change from X to Y. Because I have to make sure my client gets ESG rating. And these are project managers, accountants, or anybody else who are barely related to what we do. Right? So be relevant, offer. You tell the client, okay, in order for you to achieve this particular target, can we suggest instead of having, let's say, plasterboard ceiling, we have no ceiling? Let's say, argument say, can or not? So you're offering solutions. You give people a chance. And then that's what we did in the Afin Bank. The guy was very happy with us, and he said that luckily the team are happy because we left no stone unturned. We tried everything. So for him to understand ESG and happy at the end result. So be relevant. Otherwise you become irrelevant. Architects become irrelevant. Very painful, no? Right? So don't give it up. Because if you give it up, somebody else comes in, do the job, and you are irrelevant. Okay? Okay, so basically trust in the science-based solutions. The rest is just reading. Okay, that's it. That's all I have. Yes, questions?
And worldwide, there's been a lot of dialing back or ESG goals.
Yes.
I think recently over the last year especially, and then also amplified by the Trump administration. I think many countries in Europe are also now all dialing back, and they're even closing entire ESG departments and so forth. So I guess it is. Has this really been an excessive washing? Just to tick the boxes, or I'm sure there's always a good thing can come out of it, because from the E side of it, I think it's all very closely related to our GBI anyway. So maybe you can just kind of like expand on that.
Okay, good question, Anthony. My view is like this. Maybe for some countries, ESG is too soon. Every country has a different level of progress. Okay, in some countries or even some regions within some countries, ESG comes too soon. They are not prepared and they have other problems to handle. Like economic problems that they cannot achieve a certain GDP. So why are we talking about ESG? America is a classic case. America is a weakening power. So therefore they don't have a lot of money to spend to throw onto these kind of things. But what they don't know is that some of the things, I cannot say many of the things, some of the things that they are doing are already ESG-able. So it's better if somebody inside these countries sit down and massage them to make them like that. To make it a compliance thing, anything costs money, time and money. You ask companies to do this, almost all the listed companies struggle or didn't want to do. They thought that COVID would save them. After COVID, no need to do. Right? But of course, Bursa also give them a long runway for them to pick up to do all these things. So therefore, each country has its own policies in that regard. So some countries will think that, okay, I want it because it actually helps my exporting. This is a bit different from ISO. You remember ISO? Everybody must have ISO, otherwise America don't buy. Actually, no, they introduce ISO to make sure that your product is not cheap. You know, competition. So this one, but this one, it actually impacts your own environment. You know, so it actually helps yourself. You know, so therefore, in that sense, country by country varies a lot. So the leadership of ESG has left Western countries. Yeah, whether they'll come back, I hope so. They will, because how long I don't know. You know, so for countries like Malaysia, emphasizing on these things, part of a Madani experience kind of things, it may be an easy target because our low-hanging fruits are quite low. You know, it's not really difficult. Once you have the EEC Act, Energy Efficiency and Conservation Act, you already, I told you already, pick up so many. Every company does that. Your reporting is fun. It's already not difficult. But maybe in the Western countries, they already have problems with their bottom line. Therefore, they try to delay. Just like many companies in Malaysia tried not to do or tried to delay when it started in 2017. You know? So let's see that country by country, region by region is different. You know? Now, somebody also asked me, what is the next reincarnation of ESG? What would it become? I don't know. I can't see the future. But I can tell you this, SDG will change. SDG will change not because of anything else, but because of the imbalance at the present moment. Some countries can never satisfy some of the SDG goals. You know? So you're not being fair. Like let's say ask African countries, no poverty, not for the next 500 years. Right? I say life below water, life above water, that kind of thing. Nobody will do that. You know, it's not possible. So therefore that will change. Whether from 17 to more or from 17 to less, I don't know. Cannot predict. You know, but Malaysia, therefore, I also advise some of the people there. You can just stick to 17. We're actually quite happy we can do it. But if you want to add more, we can adjust. We can share some ideas with you, and almost all related to our work. For example, you talk about urban planning. It's not covered. No? Hey, we are doing a lot of urban planning. I mean, rural migration, urban migration is a problem in Malaysia, but it's not tackled. We can do that, right? And then suddenly, almost every company can score points there. You know? So it has to change in the SDG, but how the ESG change will also depending on the individual's stock market. Because you are talking about this being of value, shared value and individual value increases if you do this. So most companies will do that. Let's say, for example, you go to some companies who make powder. I read somewhere, make milk powder. The process is actually very ungreen and very, how to say, poisonous. The effluent is very poisonous. So if you right now there's no SDG that bar them from doing that, right? But the moment let's say you widen the scope, you include all these things, I bet you most of them will struggle and they will change because the market is too good. They're not going to give up, you know. So country by country, some are like you said, US has already so-called abandoned it. Many European countries also the same. But most of these ideas come from Western Europe. So I bet you they will come back in another form or another. You know, and we should be ready for the change. So as influencers, you guys should be more alert to these things.
I think last year or the year before, I attended a session organized by Cagamas, you know, the National Housing Cagamas. And it was in, the speakers were Andrew Sheng, and also our governor, our deputy governor. And at the time, they invited all the banks. And the banks were like, you know, all our commercial banks were saying, look, everybody is trying to the bank's trying to introduce ESG-able loans. That means you got to comply to some of these ESG goals. You got to comply with them. Then only we will give you the bank loans. You know, so immediately there was a caution by even the governor and also by Andrew Sheng to say, look, don't be stupid, because these are standards that have been imposed to you. Don't just blindly adopt this as it becomes a barrier, unnecessary barrier to your own country's development. So, over the coffee break, some of our PAM members, we were there, and I happened to be there, and the banks asked us, some of the bank managers, hey, Anthony, how do we establish that, a building achieve ESG? Very broad statements like that. So we want to be able to understand before we approve the loans. I mean, this is the level of blurriness, or rather just adopting big broad words, and now it's starting to be imposed onto bank loans and so forth.
Yeah. I think I agree with the first part. We should not tie them together. We should encourage them to grow on their own first. Don't say that, okay, you must achieve ESG before I loan you. This is too big an ask. But of course, at the same time, too, companies should be encouraged to go ESG in some way or another. Now I've shown you that buildings can achieve the ESG by adopting certain indicators to meet the country's targets and therefore scoring the goals in SDG. Not difficult. That's why I say the moment you go GBI, it's not difficult. Question is how far you want to go, right? So therefore, for a lot of loans, you also see these days like Sukuk Fund on green. I don't know enough of them, but it sounds like BS lah. You want to lend don't don't create like that. You don't lend, don't lend. But people are creating opportunities to lend, but instead of helping you, they raise the bar and became even more difficult, and therefore spoiling their own business of lending. Okay, the one, high finance, macroeconomics beyond me.
I look at it as an opportunity for GBI to get a resurgence. Because you have clearly demonstrated that getting a gold or a silver in this sense would have ticked at least 8 boxes in the ESG goals. And I think that's, so it's like, you're going to be able to solve a couple of issues at the same time. You're killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it has not been marketed in that way.
Correct. Although, bear in mind, in my story here about Affin Bank, the value of the building in relation to the annual growth is not that much, right? But we contributed to them achieving the SDGs, ESG and through the SDG goals, enough for them moment now for them to do the reporting. As years go by, they became more and more strict, right? So therefore, of course, next year they cannot use it anymore unless they have ongoing performance of the building that can use year after year, which is also possible. You see, like for example, your indoor environment, it's every year, right? It's also possible. So therefore, the situation is that GBI is actually in a very good position to contribute to this, to any company. I always talk about company, any company who wants to push for ESG, but the asset where the GBI applies to may not be a significant portion of their revenue of the asset. So, but in itself, at the present moment, they don't count like this. Let's say, Affin Bank, this building maybe 0.01 of the annual revenue, right? They don't count like that at the moment. But one day when they start to prorata it, then you will be diluted. But before they do that, GBI has this opportunity. Let's say most classic case factories, new factory buildings. So it's actually quite easy to score. So okay, your company, your revenue could be 100 million, but the factory is 30 million, so 30% not bad, right? So that kind of thing, it's always possible.
Okay, any more questions from the floor?
Before you think of next question, I mentioned to you, I'll talk about 8414. When we designed this building and we got a building plan approved, it was before 8414 was ever born. Halfway through the design, Grenfell happened, right? So we also sit down and think, I mean, nobody could predict what will happen next, what X come up. So I got my curtain wall consultant, let's think about this one. If it happened there, can it happen here? He said, actually, not possible if you follow the Malaysian UPPL because we have horizontal separation. Okay, those of you who know Grenfell, actually I happen to be in London, but different part of London. But
my sister was so panicky. Hey, London got building a fire. Are you nearby? I said, no, London's so big. I can't even see the smoke. Quite far away. But anyway, after that I learned the fire in Grenfell happened because of two things. First thing is that the escape staircase was blocked. I mean, the death in fire, or death due to fire in Grenfell happened because of two things. The staircase was blocked. And secondly, during summertime, a lot of people open the windows. So the fires, the spread of flame index of that material, I don't know what it is. Must be some high content. So the fire spread into the rooms, any room, living room, bedroom, burn the drapes, curtains, and spread inside. You know, that's how it happened. So in our Malaysian context, just now Dato showed us the cross-section of the thing. If you design your curtain wall as a proper curtain wall, the one he showed was actually the window wall section. It's a proper curtain wall where you have horizontal separators caused by either your slab or something in your spandrel. Because we can talk about 900 millimeter minimum, right, between the openings. So if you have satisfied that, and inside that zone, because remember it acts as a chimney, you know, the fire will go in between there, but when they hit the glass, you cannot go anywhere, right? You got to go sideways already. The fire travels sideways already. When they hit the vertical part, it goes up again. But if you have this vertical separation by floor, unlikely it will happen. So therefore, question again, the construction of the material in your back pan, between the back pan, what are they? You know, does it encourage spread of flame? Does it encourage temperature to build up? So this is where we attacked for this building. In fact, we participated in the Bombard discussion using this building. But we tell them, tuan, tengok ini sudah dapat BP tau. Jangan kacau, you know. They agree, because they cannot retrospect apply the law. But we help you know. So we give them the cross sections and everything else. So therefore, it is actually very simple. Once you have a proper separation, then you are actually quite safe. Secondly, is your external-most cladding. If your spread of flame index satisfies the requirement, you are actually quite safe. But the inner surface of the spandrel, does it satisfy the requirement or not? That's the most important question. If the inner surface of the spandrel is not the same spread of flame index as the outer, you're in trouble. Understand that? Because it actually helps spread the flame inside your spandrel. And then when it comes to the part between, on the elevation between two windows, the solid part, the thing can go up. But when it hit the window, it cannot go up, right? External sill, it cannot go up. But go to the sideways between two windows, the vertical part, it can go up. But if floor by floor, you also have a horizontal separation between floors, you are safe. Okay. So Malaysia, I also happened to talk to somebody from an engineer from England. We talk about September 11th. World Trade Center collapsed, killed so many people, very sad. One of the problems is I told them, you know, if the New York Port Authority have adopted UBBL, there will be much less deaths. They say, hey, what are you talking about? This is American design, you know, in Malaysia here. I said, how many staircases are there in the World Trade Center? On a floor plate of more than 1 acre, over 40,000 square feet, how many staircases? You have 2 only. You know, I say, if based on BBL, at least 4. You try and see, you take the square plan, most economic, smallest square plan, the shortest distance from everywhere. You try and see. So if that's the case, maybe, we don't know, maybe it will be less of a damage, not so many people died. So therefore, Malaysian UBBL, you must thank people like Kington Lu, that era who created this thing, to give us that legacy that we should be proud of. No? Don't be bullshitted by people from Singapore. Sorry, anyone from Singapore? No, don't be bullshitted by people from outside who come and telling you that your code doesn't work, use my code. Don't ever do that. At the same time, too, many years ago during Green Building the time, I attended a talk. This guy from America come and tell everybody, not just Malaysia, other countries. I was representing MGBC, that our code for design of buildings, for green buildings, is not up to standard. He said we should use the American thing, you know. So I listened, give face. After that, I cannot tahan already because Singaporeans also praise it. Can you imagine? Singaporeans also praise it. So to my turn, I do not agree. Because in Malaysia, our building industry is a very mature sector of our economy. We already have sufficient laws to cover all these things. And therefore our green building index actually suits Malaysia. We don't need foreign tools. Then during the next day when they have a lunch, some American come sit down with me, talk to me just nicely. After that, I think, hey, maybe this guy from CIA. The way he talk, it gives me the impression that he's telling me you're still wrong. You're wrong. I want to tell you you're wrong, but not in those words. So then he said you shouldn't behave like that. I think no. I said no. After that, I told him no. We stick to our intention, the country's intention. So be proud that in this country you have so many acts and codes or practices like people like Hugh now pushing for you guys to raise the standard. Be proud that we have this. You try to go to Cambodia. I was in Cambodia with one developer. We went to talk to the so-called authority. They said, hey, what sort of planning guideline shall I use on this piece of land? Up to you. I said, what do you mean? What do you mean? If you're from China, you use Chinese code. You're from Philippines code, Taiwanese code. Malaysia, use Malaysia. I said, that's why you look at the gap between buildings. It's like, Malaysia, you got 6 meters commercial building, right? Theirs is like only 3 feet. You can pass your soya sauce to the guy, the unit next door. It's not so dangerous. So up to you. Then I said, wow, luckily in Malaysia we have much better organized planning. Even though we scold every planner from top to bottom, but you should be grateful. I'm telling you guys to be grateful. Otherwise, it's almost impossible for you guys to practice. And at the moment some guy come along, I can give you setback of 2 feet, but you say no, I want 6 feet. The client says the job goes to the guy who give me 2 feet, right? Because I got more floor area, you're in trouble. Right? So be grateful, but be alert of all these things. A lot of people come and tell you those snake oil salesmen, how good theirs are, So ESG is also another. A lot of people are peddling it. A lot of people peddling of different color skin. You know what I mean, right? They will tell you that the country is doing this for many years. They are better. You should employ me, and their fees more than the architect's fees. Okay, so be alert. Sorry, very negative, but be alert. Okay, all right. Thank you very much.